For generations, work has been our constant, the rhythm that orders our days, the bridge between ambition and security. The world of labor is shifting faster than ever, reshaping how people learn, grow, and earn. But beyond the hours and the wages, what do we truly work for? We work for prosperity. When tariffs rise or fall, economies adjust, and so do people. Each decision reshapes how nations collaborate and how they compete. We work for inclusion. Millions create, serve, and sustain beyond formal structures. The challenge is not only to count that work, but to value it. We work for possibility. When careers no longer run straight, but shift, branch, and begin again, how do we prepare people not for one path, but for a lifetime of change? We work for meaning, for work that rewards achievement, but also allows for joy, purpose, and belonging. Because progress is only progress when people can feel it. We work for empowerment. As artificial intelligence transforms what people can do, the true measure of progress is not smarter machines, but stronger people. And we work for resilience, the ability to adapt and rise again. Because every disruption tests not just our systems, but our shared resolve. Since its first edition, the Global Labor Market Conference has traced this journey, from understanding change to shaping it. In 2026, the conversation continues, shaping policy, practice, and progress. Welcome to the second day of the Global Labor Market Conference.
Imagine this. The year is 2035. A young professional wakes up, checks their work schedule, which has been optimized by an algorithm according to the demand for their skills. They work for 3 different companies on 2 different continents, of course, at the same time, and none of those companies have traditional offices. Their benefits follow them from job to job. Their colleague works alongside AI, and AI has essentially taken over about 60% of their traditional tasks. This role has evolved alongside time, and in fact, it didn't exist when they graduated from university. Every 18 months, they retrain, not because they feel like it or because it's a good idea, but because the market demands it. And in fact, the market will reward it. This is not as far-fetched as we may think. But what we must do is build a framework for a 2035 scenario similar to that, but one that will work for everyone. Highnesses, Excellencies, colleagues, friends, a very, very good morning to you. I hope you enjoyed day 1 of our Global Labor Market Conference, both here in Riyadh and wherever you're joining us from in the world. A very warm welcome to you. My name is Dumi Makhabo. I will be your guide, if you will, through the day's proceedings. Now, of course, I mentioned day 1. Let's hear a little bit more about how that unfolded. So please help me in giving a very, very warm and suitably rousing welcome to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Abuthnain, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labour here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon
Distinguished guests, good morning. I'm honored to welcome you to the second day of the Global Labour Market Conference after a strong and productive first day. It's a pleasure to be joined again by such a distinguished group of participants from around the world. Over the course of the first day, the discussions highlighted major forces influencing labor markets. Technology, demographic shifts, changing worker expectations, and changes in global trade patterns are influencing how people prepare for the future work and how economies generate opportunities. Before we begin our sessions today, let us take a moment to reflect on the outstanding achievement from the first day. First, we hosted the Ministerial Roundtable, bringing together 40 ministers from around the world for constructive and practical discussions on key labor market challenges and opportunities. The discussions highlighted that while many countries have invested heavily in strategies and reforms, the growing challenge lies in implementation, turning policy commitment into clear and timely results on the ground. The second milestone was the graduation ceremony for the GLMC Academy, class of 2025. The GLMC Academy, headquartered in Riyadh, was launched last year as a joint project between GLMC and the World Bank. Participants from 34 countries took part in programs designed to equip policymakers with tools needed to drive impactful labor reforms. Third, we observed that many industries are struggling to access the talent they require. This is prompting organizations and governments to make more deliberate choices about which capabilities to prioritize and how to work more efficiently with education and training systems to identify and develop the skills in demand. In response, countries are exploring new approaches to link education more closely with the skills demand. For example, here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have launched 16 sectorial skill councils, bringing together the public and the private sector to address skills priorities. Fourth, the conference published several important research contributions. These include the World Bank What Work for Work report and the GLMC 365 Youth Perspectives in Technology and Future of Work. These publications strengthen the evidence base for policy decisions and bring new perspectives, particularly from young people, into the global dialogue. I encourage those who did not have the opportunities on the first day to review these publications. In my view, the discussions over the past day have highlighted several key messages. One central challenge we face today is not a lack of ideas or policy intent, but the ability to move decisively from intent to outcomes, to shorten the distance between policy decisions and the creation of real jobs on the ground. Another clear message is that in today's global economy, collaboration is essential to bringing together our countries' demographic, economic, and institutional experiences in complementary ways to address the shared labor market challenges. The discussions also emphasize the importance of helping people navigate transitions, whether through skill development, better matching, or support during period of change. It was noted that pathways into work and back into work need to be clearer and more accessible. Final message, it was underlined that there is no single model that applies everywhere. Context matters, and reforms take different forms across countries. The value of this dialogue lies in the ability to compare experiences, learn from what is being tested, and reflect on what remains difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin the second day, today's discussions will examine the evolving role of artificial intelligence in shaping the future work across many sectors. We will explore how AI is influencing workforce models, governance, risk management, and decision-making while enabling more efficient and responsive organizations. The discussion will highlight implications for human capital development, emerging risks, and role evolution with a strong emphasis on responsible adoption and the human AI interactions. We will also turn our attention to the informal economies, their scale, diversity, and persistence, and how to tackle the gaps on data, policy, and social protection. Another important session will focus on the tracking labor market in real time, that to support faster and more informed policy responses. It will highlight the limitation of traditional labor data and the value of high-frequency data and real-time information in enabling timely interventions. Later this evening, we will proudly host the Labor Award 2025 for private sector establishments. The award recognizes excellence among Saudi employers, encouraging best practices in workplaces, quality, and productivity. It is really encouraging to witness the growth of participation in the award over the years. In 2021, 2,000 firms participated. And by 2025, participation had dramatically increased to 216,000 firms, with over 1 million employees responding to the survey. Distinguished participants, GLMC is a working platform designed to bring together evidence, capabilities, and international experiences. As we continue our work today, I encourage all of us to use this space to test ideas, exchange insights, and identify practical steps that can strengthen labor markets around the world. Thank you for your commitment, and I wish you all a productive and thoughtful day ahead. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your remarks and also for your leadership. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, also a quick hello and good morning from me for those of you I have not met yet. My name is Mariana Evanstein, and I'm delighted to be one of the moderators today. So our first fireside chat this morning focuses on a topic that is clearly on everybody's mind, and that is AI and the future of work. And while the headlines often focus on disruption, on job loss, the reality is a little bit more complex than that. We know, of course, that AI is already changing tasks, it's changing skills, it's changing the very nature of our workplaces. And so the real question before us is how that change is going to be governed. Who's going to be the ones who benefit? How can we protect workers? And how do we ensure that technological progress translates into decent work and also shared opportunity? To explore this, it is now my great privilege to welcome to the stage His Excellency Gilbert Humbo. He is Director General of the International Labour Organization. Your Excellency, we're honored to have you. Welcome. So, Your Excellency, I thought we would just start by looking at what's happening now globally. We all know that AI is moving very fast. Investment is expected to increase 25-fold by the year 2033. I mean, that's even difficult to wrap our heads around. But it is concentrated in just a few countries. So that, of course, raises real questions about who is going to benefit from this and who is going to be left behind. Should we be concerned about this so-called digital divide, and can we do something about it?
First of all, thank you for having me this morning. Good morning to all of you. Clearly, you might recall already at this very conference last year, some of the issue about this divide was already being raised. And I must say that a year later, my concerns are even greater. We could clearly have the technological divide that is increasing. Not just the traditional divide between healthier, wealthier country and poor countries, which is a little bit classic that we are very much aware of. But also, even within the same countries, you do have the divide between the poorer regions and other regions. So this is also an element of concern. But, you know, we also believe we should not just looking at that as if AI is causing just negative impact. It does also help in terms of bridging or fighting for inclusion. If you look at the use of AI let's take the sign language. It helps, and therefore bringing in much more inclusion, and also the speech to text and all those development that we are seeing. So my point is that on one hand, we are concerned about the increase in the risk of divide, but on the other hand, AI is also helping. So we just need to bridge the gap. Yeah.
So that's a wonderful example of inclusion for people with disabilities, that these new tools for accessibility are tremendous. I know that you've also talked about how AI could help leapfrog some developing countries. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, indeed, if you look at we have seen that in earlier technology domain. If you look at even 20 years ago or so, communities or countries moved from not having access at all to fixed line for fixed telephone line, and then leapfrog to the cell phones. Today, we believe the same thing is happening with the rapid evolving technology. So what we are advocating in ILO is to ensure that those areas of risk of divide is being taken into account into the policy into the policy making, and moving from the policy to implementation to concrete action.
All right, so there's a question of access and impact, but I do want to talk about jobs specifically, because also the headlines often suggest that AI is going to cause millions of jobs to disappear, but I do know that research done by the ILO actually paints a more nuanced story. What does your research tell us?
Yeah, when we all look at what is going on, and we know friends, family members that have lost their job because of AI, because of technology, so it's difficult to say that AI is not wiping out jobs. But the heart of the matter, we updated our data, our research department last May 2025. and confirm very, very, very clearly that the augmentation is going to be much higher than the simple automation job lost. And that one is very, very clear. And when we our research department, we looking at not just jobs, but you have to dig into the different activities in jobs and classifying jobs in what are the jobs that are exposed and those that are very much exposed, extremely exposed. And the outcome of that research is that one job out of 4, 25%, are exposed to AI, let's be very clear. However, only 3.3% of jobs are considered to be extremely exposed. And that is interesting. Obviously, those are averages. You know, as the saying goes, if you put the head in the fridge and your feet in the oven, maybe the average will be okay, but at the end of the day, you might be dead. So we have to be very careful when you look at those average. When you start unpacking, we know that we have some sectors that are extremely vulnerable. Particularly the white collar is a particular very, very good example. And what is of concern, and the research data demonstrate that as well, is that it does also have a negative implication in terms of the gender dimension, simply because we know that the administrative jobs, where you have much kind of repetitive jobs, and the women are overly represented in those sectors, and that put the women in more of the most vulnerable, most exposed jobs. If you look at in the region, in the Arab regions, because of that, the women are 3 times more exposed than the men.
So is there anything we can do about it? If these jobs are changing, as you describe, is really the answer about upskilling, that we need to train people so they can actually thrive in an AI world? So where does reskilling and also lifelong learning, as we refer to it, then fit into the broader picture? And what are then the kinds of skills that are going to be necessary moving forward?
Well, I think the positive side is that skilling, reskilling, and upskilling is already happening. So we have to recognize that we are moving in the right direction. We are just advocating for a step up, an increase in the investment in the scaling, particularly the public investment, because the private sector is quite heavily investing depending on the sector they are. So we are advocating for more investment from the public sector in upskilling and reskilling. And in looking at that, obviously you do have it's not just developing skills in AI. First of all is the foundational skills as well as the transversal skills. It might be surprising, but when we did our research, it's going to be very important that people skills is going to be quite critical. Of course, we also know that basic technology, digital skills are unavoidable, right? But in addition to that, problem solving, people skills, all of that is going to be quite critical. The other dimension when you talk about the whole skill is the fact that we are really encouraging member state governments not to just look at the skilling program on a standalone. It had to be in all of the government approach, integrated approach, bringing in all the policy making, the job creation policies, and the skill development through apprenticeship, internship, all of that, as well as the protection dimension, all in one, and having some flexibility. The challenge we have, all we are talking about today, maybe a year later or 2 years later, it may not hold because things are evolving. So the skilling program itself also need to be quite flexible and being very attentive to the need of the market, particularly from the need from the private sector.
I love that you mentioned the importance of people skills and human skills? Because I think we often have this focus on the necessity of the technical knowledge and the technical skills, but we should not underestimate how important emotional intelligence is going to be, because at least for now, and as you say, things are changing so fast, that's something that machines are not that good at replicating yet. So the emotional intelligence and intuition and kindness and loyalty and maybe a different kind of human creativity that's not perfect like a machine. So it really is interesting that maybe moving forward, those things are going to become even more critical.
Yeah, but what is also quite interesting, part of our research also demonstrated in some cases, on one hand, you're totally right, that we're going to need the emotion, the human emotion that the machine do not have right now. But there are also some studies showing that the use of robot in some of the care sector demonstrated also positive results, because the patient believe that sometimes they prefer the robot because there's no emotion from the caretakers. So you have it's quite very complicated. This is why we are saying that it's important to be flexible, so to adjust to the demand.
I want to shift the focus a little bit and just to ask more specifically about shaping this more human-centered AI future. What needs to happen? So I'm wondering about perhaps social partners like unions or employers. Is there a way for those bodies to work together to ensure that AI is implemented and adopted in a way that benefits people instead of putting them at a disadvantage?
Clearly, and what I've seen is, and I'm very, very pleased, I've seen the employers' organizations, the workers' organizations, including last week in Davos, are quite very, very, very much involved in this whole progress in AI. Of course, we went a few years back where there was a big worry of job loss, and now really pushing for not only from the skills, upskilling, reskilling that we just talked about, but also with a transition, that digital transition, how to ensure that the workers are not left behind and they are embarked in moving forward and being retrained, etc. And at the same time, ensuring that particularly not the big companies, particularly the small and medium-sized enterprises, also can benefit from the productivity that AI is bringing. So for us in ILO, it's very clear that the social dialogue between not only the government, the private sector, the trade unions and other organizations is going to be critical.
And maybe for those who are interested, they're decision makers here, how can the ILO support the design of the types of policies that are going to help ensure this, again, I'm going to come back to this human-centered approach to implementing AI, where the bottom line is we want actually to provide decent work for everyone? Yeah.
First of all, what we have noticed in ILO is an increased request for support from several of our member states, and particularly is and the request, you could see the common point. One is to benefit from the AI, the productivity gain, and how you could use that to fight poverty, to fight exclusion. At the same token, ensuring that it remains human-centered. And therefore, I'm looking at also how do we use the AI to transition in the training of the youth, of the next generation, so to make sure with the change of the jobs and the typology of jobs. So the whole policy, employment policy, become again even more critical. On one hand, is trying to ensure how do you redefine your employment policy, taking into account all those development. Then at the same time, which is quite very difficult for all of us, how do you project that 5-10 years from now, knowing how fast the AI is changing the world?
So if you did have to give some advice now to your member states, what would you say is maybe either the most important or among the most important actions that countries should take now to ensure that AI can benefit workers rather than leaving them behind? I know this is a very difficult question exactly because things are changing so incredibly fast. What we decide now may not even apply in 2 years, but let's say just from this moment in time, what would you advise countries?
There are two things. There are some countries that are quite a certain level of advancement is really the flexibility that I was referring to, having an integrated policy that remains flexible so you could adapt. Then countries that are a little bit at risk of being left behind, I could not insist more on the investment on the infrastructure, access to computer, access to internet, and that is going to be critical so that to catch up and making sure that we can bridge that divide.
Your Excellency, we have just a few minutes left, and I know that there is still so much fear that's linked to the impact of AI on the labor force. People are just very uncertain about where this is going. And I would just be curious to hear, what is your vision if we could imagine an AI future for labor markets everywhere, for the future of work? What could be your vision for a human-centered approach to AI in work?
No, of course, either my vision and also my ambition is to ensure that not only we could use AI 5, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road, to make our life easier, but also to make sure that human nature has more time available to balance work-life, so that you use this. At the end of the day, let's remember that work is not a commodity. It is part of human nature, dignity. So how do we use it to deal with the hardship part of our work, so to have also more time available for humankind to balance much more the work and the work life?
And may I ask you, if you would allow me, if you had a choice to have a robot doctor or a compassionate human doctor, what would you choose?
Maybe there is a mix of both.
Okay, I think that's a wonderful way to wrap up our conversation. Your Excellency, thank you so very, very much for your leadership, for your insights. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Today. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go here.
Thank you.
Excellency and Mariana, to both of you, thank you very much for that conversation. Those of you who live here in Saudi Arabia probably don't need reminding of this, but those of us who don't and who visit this country every so often, what strikes you perhaps most is not just the change, but the pace of the change that we have seen. And it's not just in terms of the economy, it's not just in terms of who travels here, but it's also in terms of the labor force itself. Who can or who does participate in work, how they participate in work, and how this country has gone about deliberately ensuring that participation is more holistic, that it isn't just domestic focus, that there's an appreciation that skills come from everywhere, from many places, and we want to ensure that not only are we maximizing the skills that can come into the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the region more broadly, but also the skills that can be exported and skills that can be improved. It's an entire network, an entire ecosystem of activity, of policy, of strategy that allows for this growth and development. Sometimes it can feel quite overwhelming as somebody who struggles to keep up with how the skyline changes every time I come here, but it is equally just as exciting. Coming up in just a moment is Paula Nufal, who will be discussing the progress that this kingdom has made in the labor context. But before we do that, let's take a look at this.
Around the world, powerful forces are reshaping work. Rapid technological innovation, aging populations, and climate pressures. These megatrends are shifting the jobs we do, the skills we need, and how work is organized. Governments are rethinking policy and investing in people so workers and economies can adapt and thrive. A decade ago, Saudi Arabia set out to transform its labor market. Since then, the results have been striking. Women's economic participation jumped from 17% in 2017 to 34.5% in Q2 of 2025. Labor mobility has improved. The workforce is more dynamic, more skilled, and future-ready. The labor market strategy succeeded because it was evidence-based, backed by strong stakeholder support, aligned with existing policies and programs, and ensured accountability through clear roles and rigorous outcome monitoring. The outcomes to date are compelling, and the journey isn't over. The next phase focuses on improving the quality and sustainability of job creation. The country is updating the labor market strategy to identify remaining gaps and continue the implementation of reforms.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests. So I'm Paula Naufal, and I'm going to be moderating the next session. But before we do or discuss this fruitful session, we have first a presentation that will be given by three esteemed speakers. And please help me welcome the first speaker who will discuss this presentation under the title, A Decade of Progress Inside Saudi Arabia's Labor Market Transformation. So please help me welcome Dr. Ahmed Al-Zahrani, Deputy Minister for Skills at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning.
Please, we applaud you.
It's an honor to represent the ministry and our partners at the World Bank team to present the finding of our report, A Decade of Progress Inside the Saudi Labor Market Transformation. The report is the culmination of years of data, policy review, impact evaluation, and dialogue with different entities, which lead to one of the most rapid changes in labor market in recent history. I invite all of you to scan the barcode to access the full report with the technical data, with the insight inside the report. One of the lessons that we want to share with you today is that meaningful reform is only realized at the long term. So it's very important to maintain a 10 years perspective to see the impact of your reform, not to be distracted by short-term fluctuation. This is one example of a success story of Saudi vision and labor market and the economy in general, where you see non-oil revenue is really improving and contributing to the economy beyond commodities and oil market. This mindset allows us to be ambitious yet realistic, ensuring the foundation that was laid in 2015 is leading to a massive growth in 2025. Let me tell you just quickly, this is a glimpse of what was the labor market in 2015, just to understand how far we come. We started in 2015 analyzing and starting this reform. There was low productivity, there was dependence on low-skilled labor. There was a real segmentation between the public sector and the private sector. The preference of job seekers was only fixated on the public sector. There was critically low participation in the economy and in the labor market, especially for women. There was also misalignment between what the school, university taught and what the labor market needed. That was the situation in 2015. Our aspiration was never just to create jobs, but to create a competitive ecosystem where it is responsive to changes and where it attracts global talent while providing decent, productive, good job quality for our citizens. The strategy is the engine of a diversified economy. It is designed to ensure that Saudi labor market is resilient enough to overcome future global challenges. This is what we call our strategy house. As you can see, it's depicted as a labor market. So labor market is inside our mindset when we think of our policy. It looks into the demand and the supply. It looks into the supply specifically on the skills, the skill systems, and it looks into preferences and values. In the demand, it focuses more into the job creation. It focuses more into the investment side. It focuses more into diversifying and empowering business to grow. In the middle, we focus into the matching. This governance was participating, if you can see, this is a whole of government approach. It's not only ministry. At least 7 entities participate in that strategy, and the private sector was participating on the design and in the implementation of this strategy. Basically, the strategy is calling for 4 objectives: increase productivity, increase participation, reduce unemployment, and increase labor market efficiency. Without further ado, I would like to invite my colleagues who jointly wrote with us the report and the presentation to show us technical insight into this report. I would like to call Dr. Carol Shartouni and Najib Rivera to present the technical insight. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Over the past decade, the Saudi labor market has undergone remarkable transformation. And this is not just a narrative. The data is telling us the story. Data collected in 2015 and again in 2025 will tell us how the labor market has transformed over the past decade. 10 years ago, talent was sitting on the sidelines. Today, the picture has changed. More women and youth are entering the labor market at record numbers. This progress is visible in the data. If we look at the share of youth, of Saudi youth, who are not in employment, nor training, nor in education, that was 40% in 2015. And that share has dropped significantly to 25% today.
Not only that, but the movement out of inactivity is translating into jobs, not joblessness. If you look at the share of Saudis who transitioned into employment in the 3 years before the Vision 2030 was announced, only 51% of Saudis transitioned into employment. Barely half. Today is 84%. That tells you that the labor market is starting to overcome the job search, matching, and information frictions that kept so many people unemployed for so long. A labor market that is starting to turn the corner.
Reforms have also broken down barriers to women economic empowerment, creating new pathways for women to go from inactivity to employment, creating a more inclusive labor market. A particular group of women have made really remarkable gains. These are the Saudi single mothers. In 2015, 8% of Saudi single mothers were employed. Looking ahead, in 2025, that share increased to 45%. Part
of this outcome is driven by social norms. Social norms towards women in the workplace have changed dramatically. There is growing acceptance among Saudi women and Saudi men about mixed gender workplaces. In 2015, only 13% of Saudi men were acceptant of the idea of working in mixed gender places. Today, that is almost half of all Saudi men. That tells you that when mindsets evolve, economies evolve. And that is how Saudi Arabia is turning inclusion into growth.
Overall, job seekers' preferences on where to work also change. Increasingly, they're no longer looking for jobs just in the government sector. They're considering opportunities in both sectors. The private sector is no longer a last resort. During the decade, the share of unemployed looking only for government jobs more than halved, reaching 22% in 2025 from 47% in 2015.
The private sector is now actually increasingly absorbing new Saudi labor market entrants, particularly youth. In the 3 years before the Vision 2030 was passed and adopted, only 19% of inactive Saudi youth would transition into the private sector, less than 1 in 5. Today, that is 57%. And that tells you that the private sector is not only becoming the main engine of growth, but also of opportunities for youth to enter the labor market, acquire skills, and grow.
Saudi workers are also finding occupations that are more in line with their education level. This is creating a more efficient labor market, boosting productivity, because human capital is put at its best use. In 2015, 41% of Saudis were in occupations that are aligned with their education. This share has increased to 62% today.
Related point, job transitions are also on the rise, and workers are increasingly moving across jobs to find the best match. Not only Saudis, also expats as well. In 2015, the average expat worked for 1.9 employers. Today, that is 2.5. This signals a more dynamic labor market where workers can search for better matches and firms can also access skills more efficiently. A dynamic economy needs a dynamic labor market.
But the demand for skills is also changing. Firms are slowly moving away from manual roles to professional occupations. For example, over the last decade, expat employment in manual jobs decreased by 13 percentage points.
And finally, recruitment for business expansion is strongest in precisely the sectors, the knowledge-intensive sectors that Saudi Arabia is targeting: finance, professional services, and ICT, for example. The ICT sector in 2015, only 5% of firms in the ICT sector were recruiting to expand new business. Today, that is 19%, almost 20%. The digital economy is growing and is hiring more Saudis in the process, reinforcing the move towards a more innovative and diversified economy in line with the Vision 2030.
After sharing these 10 insights, we asked ourselves, what drove this success and what's next? And to answer these questions, please feel free to read our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What a fruitful presentation. And the sentence that grabbed my attention the most was the ability to focus on long-term goals rather than short one. And that's what the kingdom did indeed. The Saudi labor market has seen some groundbreaking process, and the data spoke for itself. Now, can I have my panelists please join me for this next session? So as we saw in the presentation in 2015, the narrative around the Saudi labor market was one of public sector resilience. Today, in 2026, the data tells a different story. A private sector-led engine, record female participation, and a surge in small and medium enterprises employment. So during this panel, we're going to be discussing more and more what does this mean for the kingdom. So I want to welcome my panelists, Dr. Ahmed Al-Zahrani, the Deputy Minister for Skills at the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Johannes Kutl, Senior Economist at the World Bank, and I hope I didn't butcher the last name, and Badr Al-Ataibi, Chief Human Resources Officer at the Arab National Bank. Thank you so much for being with me today, and then I want to thank the audience as well. So Dr. Johannes, I want to start with you. Looking at the data from 2015 baseline to now, the shift is significant. From a World Bank perspective, what were the most critical pillars in the design of the strategy that allowed it to actually modernize labor institutions so effectively?
I think the key to success really was the labor market strategy that Dr. Ahmed also mentioned in his introductory remarks. Vision 2030 set out a plan, including for the labor market, a transformation for the labor market. It set goals for a reduction in unemployment, an increase in the labor force participation. The Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development took those goals, and the first thing you need a plan. And this was the labor market strategy. The World Bank, including myself, we had the privilege of working very closely with the ministry on putting together the labor market strategy. We put in place the pillars that Dr. Ahmed outlined on the demand side, on the supply side, the matching in the middle, as well as a foundational pillar on monitoring and evaluation. But I think the key there are a couple of key ingredients that are also very important for other countries that want to achieve similar results. It's related to, first of all, I would say, political ownership. We brought the expertise, we brought the evidence, which is also very important. But you cannot do this without having the ownership from the very top. And that was really key. We had so many workshops where not only we as the experts prepared the strategy, it was owned by the ministry. We had their excellencies, the minister, the vice minister, at those workshops asking the toughest questions to us experts. How will this work? How are we going to do this? Expertise, ownership, broad consultations, not at the end, but during the process. Other ministries, the private sector. And then also a plan on how to implement all of this, monitor the implementation, holding other ministries accountable for the initiatives that they got out of this strategy, and then doing things like an update to the strategy just last year to actually take stock, where are we? And the progress has been fantastic, but still, you need to take stock and chart out the next steps.
Dr. Ahmed, so the ministry was at the core of this transition. And as we all know, a strategy is as only good as its actual delivery. And moving this needle for a national scale or on a national scale requires coordination. Which specific instruments or collaborative efforts with the private sector proved to be the most decisive in reaching this goal in 2026?
Well, as you said, and Dr. Johannes implied to, the design is maybe 10%. The challenge is in the execution. 90% of the challenges and the success factor is in the execution. During the build-up of the strategy, we were including the private sector and other government entities, even the commitment of our leadership. I remember each theme of the strategy, we set 2 full days retreat where we discuss that theme, including from the minister to all the team that is involved in this, with the support of the World Bank. After the approval of the labor market strategy from the Council of Ministers, we immediately start to execute. Our execution was first how to build a unified vision among us as a team inside the ministry, and also how to build an actionable initiative with the typical KPIs and the milestones and everything. I can say 3 decisive instruments that helped us into execution and the success of this report. First is the policy impact and data. For the last 10 years, we generated a tremendous amount of data and evidence. So we build our success and reform based on evidence. In 2015, for example, we've done massive survey on the employer, on the expat, on the Saudis, more than 15,000 subjects, and it was interviews. We repeated that this year, just to see the trend and longitudinal change in preference and so on. So first instrument is the policy impact. The second one is digitization. We have Qiwa, Ajir, and other platform that is very unique to this labor market. You almost don't find it in any other market. It provides us instant data, real-time data, and it provides us insight how to look into the labor market in terms of a journey and where are the challenges. Third instrument, which is the most important one, is the change management and the stakeholder engagement. I'll give you one example. Part of the initiative on the labor market strategy is how to set sector skill councils with the private sector and with the other government entities. Right now, we have 16. We reached 16 sector skill councils with more than 250 memberships. And that needs a lot of activation, dialogue, engagement, and leadership from the private sector, which maybe Mr. Badr will talk about later.
So exactly, I want to ask Badr. So the skills sector, you're on the opposite end of it. You're seeing this happen in real life. So what was the approach of the sector to talent and human capital development over this last decade? And where did you find the most value in participating in these national reforms?
I think when we start in the skills sector for financial and insurance, we face a lot of challenges, but we start with first setting the infrastructure by defining sector, subsector, skills, occupation, and training needs. Then we move to the next phase where we action these output by aligning between skills and occupation in order to provide organization with the unified form to execute, and also to unify the language between the organization, especially when we are working with a mature sector like financial sector and insurance sector. Then we move to a third stage where we partner with the private sector. We start with designing programs, narrowing the gap for new grads, and also to make them ready for the labor market. We target specific jobs, and now recently, soon you will see programs will be launched, and national programs. This will feed the financial sector. Our scope targeting 3 different cohorts, fresh grads, as we mentioned, and our mandate is to narrow the gap. Existing employee, where we are mandated to upskills, right skills them through certification and training. And the third one, which is the most complicated one, which is forecasting new jobs. We know for a fact AI and augmented reality, cloud computing, and all these new trends will eliminate certain jobs and will create new jobs. Our mandate is to forecast these jobs and to set path for them, because market will be in need for these jobs, and these are a niche in the market, especially here or in anywhere else. We are working with different, even with started working with different skills council, for example, telecom skills council, in order to forecast these jobs. That's it.
Dr. Yohannes, as we're approaching 2030, what's next for the Saudi labor market?
So I think in many regards, Saudi Arabia achieved a lot, but in some regards, I think it also addressed over the last couple of years many of the obvious barriers. I don't want to say the lower-hanging fruits, because these reforms were significant and also difficult. I think female labor force participation is a great example. The barriers that were in place related to segregated workplaces, to maybe transportation, things like that, those were all removed. Big bang reforms that yielded a big bang outcome. We looked, there's no other country in the world that we could find in recent history that achieved the doubling of the female labor force participation in such a short period of time. But Saudi Arabia was coming from a low level. So I actually want to say, many of those regulatory reforms related to segregated workplaces, maternity leave as well. Those have been done now. I think now we need to shift more maybe to thinking about enabling policies and programs. So I think Saudi Arabia now finds itself in the same situation when it comes to female employment like the high-income OECD countries. It's becoming a little bit more difficult, and we think we need to be a little bit more realistic about expectations on how big the yield will be on those more difficult reforms now. I think here on female employment, the agenda is now evolving more about empowering women more and making it easier for them to make the decision, can I join the labor market or not? The agenda there is more evolving around investing in care facilities, affordable care, so women can reduce their care duties and then maybe have time to at least part-time join the labor market. So that's one issue, female employment. The other one I would say is more related to skills and training. You mentioned it in your introductory remark. The employment dynamics have shifted much more towards small, medium, even micro enterprises. We see more Saudi employment in these smaller companies now than before. So these are companies with less than 50 people. For them, it is a little bit harder to actually finance training on the job. And overall, the numbers, the ratios of how much training Saudi workers receive is still comparably low compared to other countries. The big agenda there, and as the employment moves more into these smaller companies, it might become even more challenging. So through the sectoral skills councils and maybe other programs, I think there's an agenda there that needs to be addressed. The final one, maybe the most complex one, at least in my opinion, is related to what we still see and what we economists call segmented labor markets. So the segmentation between the labor market for Saudi workers versus that of expatriate workers. That has always been there, and I think there is still an agenda there left that needs to be addressed. That is difficult to do. The Saudi government has put a great system in place to safeguard Saudi employment through its Nitakat policies. Those have served the country very well in the past. I do wonder going forward for a modern economy, how much is it still appropriate to have these kind of policies in place? And maybe there are better alternatives that will yield the same results, empowering Saudi workers to compete with expatriate workers on an equal footing, but that will serve the country maybe even better, help the efficiency of the labor market more, support efficient allocation of labor within the economy. It's not an easy area to address, but I think, so that is a big challenge that still lies ahead. But there are ideas on the table, and I'm sure what I've seen in the past here in the country, I'm sure that the government will also be able to address.
Where does artificial intelligence skills fit to in that dynamic?
I think it comes in the training part. I mean, I was focusing in my remark now on the training part, which is basically working. We just had a discussion on this before this event. Training deals with the workers that you have and making sure that they get the right skills. The AI part, we already had discussions on that, but I think it's important that also in the foundational policies, meaning the education system, the right policies, programs, curricula are being put in place so that the students, the graduates coming out of the education system have the ability to take on whatever the future might bring. Things are changing so fast, the education system cannot deal with all of that, but it needs to give students the foundation so that they can accept any challenge that might come, changes in occupational profiles, new technologies. If the foundations are good, then with the right training system, the workers can address all of these challenges, I think.
Dr. Ahmad, success brings in always a set of new questions. Now that the strategy is in its place, it's firmly in its place, what is the ministry's primary focus for the next few years going to be?
I'll do a short answer, then I'll explain. In a short answer, I think the last decade was about inclusion, activation. I think the next decade is about productivity. And let me explain here. I think we did a remarkable job to bring youth, women, and different segments into the labor market. And that was very successful. Evidently, today we see in the report. Now, the direction is going to how to improve job quality, how to improve competitiveness of the private sector, how to support the private sector to grow and increase their job quality and productivity. We need to realize that labor market now is different than 10 years ago. There are more dynamics into the labor market. There are challenges when it comes to technology, AI, and adoption of different...
And it's a fast transition. It's going very fast.
It is evidently, even the lifespan of a skill has become shorter. In the past, you might acquire a skill and you just utilize it for the rest of your life. There are evidence now skills is changing by months sometimes. You can see even in the advertisement and vacancy of the private sector. So one of the elements is moving from qualification-based kind of labor market to more competency and skill-based labor market when it comes to hiring, career progression, and building, let's say, career path and skill path for people. It's very important for the private sector to know their staff skill gap. Sometimes it's not very easy for them, so with the technology, with the support of the ministry, we're focusing on this now. Comes with this, going back to the AI, is the culture of lifelong learning and what do we call work-based learning. Not all the learning in the future you need to go to formal training or formal education. You acquire it while you do your job, you acquire it with your peer and through different elements. There is a new concept now, what they call small bite learning, where you have small micro-credential, different learning, some of them per hour, some of them even in minutes, and you get a video, and this is what the young people might interact with. One of the elements we're focusing in our strategy also is the international integration. We think it's not enough to be responsive. We think we are in a good position to lead in the rest of other labor market, how to look into structure of the labor market. What we're trying to do on that front, we're doing skill partnership with different sending countries where we harmonize the skills of this country with the other labor markets, so it's a smooth journey for the expat to come to this country.
So just to follow up on that, does this apply across the board? Meaning, does this apply to chief executives and also to fresh graduates, or is there a specific focus on a segment?
We're looking into all our segments. In our sector skill council, we cover around 80% of the GDP, so all the important segments we cover. Definitely there are priorities. We don't target all occupations. As a ministry with our ecosystem, there are some attractive jobs for the young people, for the job seekers, that it is fit to their aspiration and to their skills. So we don't treat all occupations at the same, definitely is different.
Mr. Badr, looking ahead, what is one area of the labor market where you'd like to see more evolution to help the private sector continue with this growth?
Yeah, as Dr. Ahmed mentioned, I think it's the time to move from qualification-based to skill-based. Now, I think if you notice today, in today's sessions and in yesterday's sessions, the discussion is around the skills. How the skills evolving the market, how skills is needed in the market, and how the market is looking to skills as an important to the organization. People are talking about new future skills. The future skills, it's an important for the organization. And organizations start now forecasting what is the future skills, as I mentioned in our Skills Council work. And also, organization is requiring some agility in the policy. How the policy need to be responsive to the labor market, need to be responsive on the changes that we are seeing now in the labor market. For me, I think moving toward skill-based is important, and it will help the market, it will help even the employee, and it will help the organization at all levels.
But also with this fast, dynamic, changing skills needed, as Dr. Ahmed said, how can you keep up? Is it through regulations? Is it through training?
I think both. You have to have your regulation, agility in your regulation, and agility into training. And now training is, even the training itself is evolving. The training that we used to have it before for 5-6 days now. I think in short video you can have your training, and we saw so many
asked
evidence.
ChatGPT.
Yeah, we asked ChatGPT. That's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad, Dr. Yohannes, and Mr. Badr. Thank you so much for this lovely panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paula, and your panel. As you may or may not have guessed, I'm South African, and in Africa in general, as you will know, our history is conveyed through language, through stories, and through many, many different proverbs. In Uganda, there is a specific proverb that says, "Without a leader, the black ants will scatter," which effectively is talking about rules, to say that when there is no guidance, when there are no rules, effectively chaos ensues. The next conversation really does talk about just that, rules. In all that we do, we must have guidance and frameworks and rules so that the rules of engagement and how we exchange information and knowledge is clear to all involved. For that conversation, please welcome back on stage Paula and her panel.
So in the earlier panel, we were discussing the labor market in Saudi Arabia's performance, building on the presentation that was given to us by the ministry and by the World Bank. Now we want to dive more deeply. So rules usually don't hire people, employers do, but employers hire within rules and they hire from talent that's available. So today's panel is about how we align regulation, employers, and people so the system actually produces jobs and not just announcement. So my panelists are His Excellency Dr. Bandar El-Gnawi, Chief Executive Officer at the Ministry of National Guard Health Affairs. Also, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed bin Salim Al-Amri, President at Imam Mohammed ibn Saud Islamic University, and Dr. Luis Benveniste, I hope I said that right, Global Director for Education and Skills at the World Bank. So I want to start with Dr. Bandar. In healthcare, we know that safety is the priority, but speed is now a requirement. Which specific hiring regulations currently helps and which create hurdles when you try to scale the workforce?
Good morning, everyone. Pleased to be here during this discussion and specifically focusing on healthcare professionals. And clearly, you know, the balance between speed and recruitment, I think, is very essential, and as well safety. Of course, you know, we deal with patients and their families, and quality and patient safety is a priority and has an essential element of how do you deliver healthcare in general. So the balance between, I don't want to call it speed, but clinical efficiency. How do we become efficient in dealing with the requirement to deliver what we should be doing? And the way we do that, I think, is related to ensuring that we have qualified people to do the job, and at the same time are able to handle time and ability to care for patients, either in different sectors, either as an outpatient care or an inpatient care. So in health, time is essential element of how to be able to ensure that patient receive the best quality of care, and as well the required care in a timely fashion. So timely care, again, related to efficiency, related to quality and patient safety has to be all works hand in hand, provided that speed, or whatever you call it, efficiency and timely care is not affected by causing harm. So balancing this, I think there is a clear regulations on this. There is always a checklist. There are procedures. There are requirements that care is being done. The team and working within multidisciplinary teams, and as well ensuring that as well the coordination between these people who provide the care are done. When you look at patients and caring for patients, particularly, for example, in surgical care or patients who are getting operations, there are multiple providers are doing this. So making sure that we have a leader, and as well this work between everyone is well coordinated.
And Dr. Benveniste, so globally we see job-killing rules and we see job-creating ones. What is one specific hurdle you've seen successful countries scrap to let hiring finally move at a scale?
So oftentimes the challenge is, that people face to enter the job market and to find a good job start long before they start their job search. They start in childhood, in infancy. And so about 30 to 40% of children between the ages 3 and 6 in the developing world cannot have access to early childhood education, which are critical to being able to receive that cognitive stimulation, to being able to get the appropriate nourishment and nutrition that are the foundations that allow people to get skills, to find jobs. Then, so when they enter school, again, they're at a disadvantage, and about 70% of children in the developing world cannot read a paragraph with comprehension by the age of 10. And again, that sets them off at a disadvantage to being able to again, acquire those very important job-relevant skills that will enable them to find a thriving opportunity to make a living. Oftentimes then, as they enter the skilling sector, institutions are not properly matched to the labor market, and so 60% of employers attest that they cannot find people with the right skills for the jobs that they have, so there is a mismatch. And then oftentimes also, there's a deficiency in job placement opportunities where, again, ways in which people who have skills are able to enter the job market, and so we find skilled underemployment. So all of these amount to a wide variety of obstacles as to why it makes it really challenging for people to being able to find those jobs that are right for them. Now, in a world where jobs are transforming very quickly because of automation, because of digital transformation, because of climate change, also we find that people need opportunities for upskill or reskill once they're in the labor market. And again, being able to step out and find those stackable micro-credentials that gives them new skills, or, for example, ways in which they can find opportunities for rapid skilling are also not readily available. And then finding ways in which ensure that institutions that provide skilling services are closely attuned to what are the labor market needs. Data systems, graduate tracer studies are all mechanisms by which, again, to ensure that there is a good match between skilling sectors and the job market.
Dr. Ahmed, so the rules only matter if the talent is ready, but employers say the pipeline is often misaligned. So when you see, for example, let's talk generally. When you see, for example, the pipeline not working or being mismatched, do you think it's the curriculum or the university's job to fix the skill sets needed, or do you think employers need to define their needs early on?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, for this question. I think universities, generally, they have three functions: teaching, research, and serving the community. In terms of teaching, yes, they design curriculum in order to graduate students to find good jobs in the market. Nowadays, we have a problem of misalignment between what the university, graduates and what the labor market, needs. I think the best solution to solve, for this problem is that universities or the educational sector or education institutions sit together with the market or the labor employers, businesses, and try to understand their needs. Okay, and how can we embed the skills needed in the curriculum? I think to have like a partnership between educational institutions and businesses is very important in order to solve for this problem. Yes, universities nowadays they move from focusing on knowledge into embedding in their curriculum skills and values. I know that some universities nowadays they have a skill transcript beside the academic transcripts, which means that they try to get to provide students with the latest skills needed in the market. However, we cannot really prepare a student to work in the first day. I think training must be prior to this one.
From the university side, or the employers should do the training, or both?
I think both of us, but I think if we need a graduate or worker to start from the first day, I think we have in the university we can prepare them, give them let's say broad skills, broad knowledge. The specific ones, I think it has to be provided by the employer or the businesses. But we would like to shorten the period of training. Not to spend let's say months in order to prepare them to start working. We can at least have some skills from the university, and it can be upgraded or make it more applicable to the workplace, because as a university we graduate for all sectors, not specific ones, and each company, each firm, it has its own kind of work. And they have really to work in this regard in terms of having some training. But at least, they're supposed to have the general skills that can help them and enable them to, get a good job.
Just to follow up on that, so I've noticed a lot of posts on LinkedIn, or I've heard from friends, the labor market often around the world, for example, puts a job posting for a junior position. Let's say salary is $500. Junior position needs 15 years of experience. So don't you think sometimes the employers are putting unrealistic expectations? They want fresh graduates to have a lot of experience?
Unfortunately, this is what we hear. Cannot be, a graduate, when they graduated from university, they have knowledge, they have some skills, some values. They will not, I can't compare them with someone experienced, that they, generate, a lot of skills from their experience. Unfortunately, there is, high expectations from businesses that when we have a new graduate, that they have to be experienced, they have, exposed to a lot of, let's say, kind of real jobs, and this cannot be, a graduate is a graduate. He just graduated from the university. They're supposed, to give them the opportunity, to develop themselves, and I think they can move on in the future, to, gain experience, and then they can gain a good salaries and a good, jobs.
Your Excellency, Dr. Bender, so if your own graduates, for example, aren't hospital ready, usually is the bottleneck the academic standards, or is it the professional workplace or the employers? Who's at fault, and how do you fix it?
I think in healthcare, it's reasonably regulated. For example, there are graded responsibilities for any healthcare professionals, and this goes through a very clear guidelines and practices, and ensuring that healthcare professional or providers are able to perform what is required from them to ensure that safety and quality of care is provided. So this regulated approach will look at best practices, will look at skill mix and ability to deliver what is required. So the combination between a good education with a lot of knowledge and as well maintaining their training during academic education is always required in clinical medicine. We know that people go through different years of education, then they start gradual practice. This is where it's done before they graduate, then they do internships, and then they start being employed. And this usually has a very clear standards for it. Unless these are done, universities usually will not give them, the certificate to go out and be employed. I'm lucky enough to really run a healthcare system and as well an academic institution. I can see the whole spectrum from the beginning until people are being employed. So I think this is what it should be. I mean, I heard Dr. Ahmed was mentioning about the partnership between the employer and the academic institutions, which is very essential. Without this, I think you will not be able to provide or get people to work on this. So luckily enough, the healthcare, as I said, is quite regulated. I think people are given graded responsibilities. They will not be able to, for example, do surgical operation unless they have gone through multiple years of being observers. Then they do partial, they do simulations, they do so many things before they actually begin practicing at the higher level.
Dr. Luis, in governments that we can say are developing markets that are unable to prioritize, let's say, skill setting, do you think the private sector has a role to play, or nonprofits, or do you think it's totally up to the governments to figure it out?
It's not either or, it's both. And again, let me reiterate the importance about starting early to build those essential job-relevant skills. So we need to start in early childhood. We need to, sort of expand the opportunities for childcare and early education for children, so that they receive that cognitive stimulation, so that they receive that right nutrition, in order for them to get those very important sets of skills that will be critical to build other skills on top. Then we need to make sure that schools are able to provide sort of, high-quality education that is evidence-based, that we support teachers with the latest technologies, with the latest pedagogy, so they can focus on those approaches that are most effective in teaching children how to acquire that basic literacy, that basic numeracy, to build those social-emotional skills, critical thinking, and problem solving that are really, again, so important in a very rapidly changing labor market. And then, sort of, we need to the role of the private sector, so to join hands with government in building opportunities for skilling that is industry-led, that is sort of responds to the types of skills, to the types of concerns, to the types of opportunities that the labor market is opening up for people to being able to find those jobs that are really sort of, that are thriving and that leads to economic growth. We want sort of, opportunities for on-the-job learning. We want opportunities for apprenticeships, where again, people acquire those practical skills that are important for the labor market. And then ultimately, we want mechanisms of job placement, so to make sure that there is that matching between the skills that people have and the job opportunities that are out there. We want ways in which, again, sort of people who are disenfranchised or are outside the system are able to access to education through loans or through scholarships. Again, all of these are mechanisms by which we make more inclusive opportunities for everybody to be able to partake in the economy.
So I have the same question for all three of you, given you have different perspectives. Dr. Bender, I'll start with you. Policy cycles take years, and for example, a university degree takes 4 years as well. But a labor crisis can happen in months, and even transformation in the labor market can happen overnight. And we saw this more recently with the artificial intelligence revolution. How do we keep up?
Well, I think, many universities and academic institutions in health are looking what are the best curricula for the future jobs. And there is no doubt there are changing in the way that we deliver healthcare. The invention of robotic, for example, so you need people who really are well trained to do these things. And there will be an additional, I think, jobs that will be in healthcare that's not been before. Like, for example, bioinformaticians, robotic engineers, trainers to do some robotic surgeries, and artificial intelligence. So clearly, the job market will be transforming, and I think many education, for example, at the King Saud bin Abdulaziz Health Sciences University, we're really looking at the curricula of the future. Where do we really envision, the healthcare delivery of the future? How hospitals will be, planned? How hospitals are going to be organized? So then we can be able to provide health and healthcare professionals that are ready for this job market. So this kind of shifting or change is I think, available. But still, I think in healthcare, whatever crisis and shortage of healthcare providers, it has to be well balanced. Because I think at the end, there are human lives, there are people who require the best that we want to do for them. Again, the invention of different ways of delivering medicine, I think will of course bring new opportunities and a different skill mix and competences that is required for the future.
Dr. Ahmad, the same to you, but also adding, how can regulators, governments, businesses, and the education sector work together more effectively?
Well, I think, each one of them play a certain role. Government set direction, define goals. Also, they work to direct, the economic growth. And they are very serious about, finding, jobs for the people. Regulators also, they work in having some rules to regulate the relationship between the employers and the employee. Also, businesses here, they, create jobs, and they, need, to be competitive and also to be productive. And if the regulations, hinder them or preclude their, work, this means that, employee will not be employed. So here, we need alignment between the governmental policies, the regulations, rules and regulations, the businesses, and also the education. And each one of them supposed to take their role. What we see sometimes that rules and regulations are rigid, not adaptable. And nowadays we are seeing that economy is moving so fast. There's very speed in terms of changing, and here rules and regulation must go along with this one. They have to be adaptive. They have to be responsive to the businesses. And what I see that employers sometimes they find difficult to have, let's say full-time employee. They need contractual or contracts, part-time, something like this. If the rules and regulations do not support this one, this means that employer will be hesitant, to hire, more employees. So I think the alignment between all of them, each one work together, okay, to have councils, to talk one another, to participate, businesses participate in rulemaking and designing policy. Also, government listen, to regulators and to the businesses. Education go along, with this one, because they have a bridging role between, government, regulators, and the businesses through, providing education and training and, giving, employee skills that they needed in order to perform their jobs. So I think we need alignment between the stakeholders, government, regulators, and businesses and education institutions.
Dr. Luis, how do we keep up?
Well, that's a really good question, and it's a really important question because we must keep up. There won't be a jobs revolution without a skills revolution. We need to make sure that the skilling ecosystem is well aligned with the labor market. And how to do that? First, we know how do we leverage data systems for being able to make sure that both sides of the equation are well informed as to sort of what's happening, so that the skilling ecosystem is aware of the kinds of skills that the job market needs, to make sure that, again, sort of the employers are able to sort of have channels to inform the skilling institutions as to sort of the types of things that they need, that they're participating in the development of curricula, that they're participating in sort of opening up practical job opportunities or apprenticeships for people to come in and get those really important skills. But then also, I think that, we talked about the importance of technology and how technology is really, on one hand, changing the labor market, but also has the opportunity to change the skilling ecosystem. How to really sort of leverage technology to have student adaptive learning so that people learn the types of skills as to where they're at. To use technology so that teachers and instructors can also have better tools to impart those skills, to sort of make their job easier, to be able to sort of make it more efficient and more effective. To use technology as a means for sort of training institutions to being able to be aware of how their student body is changing or how the labor market is changing, to being able to be better at and more responsive in their administration. All of these are, again, tools that facilitate stronger alignment. Now, at the same time, though, with technology, we must be aware that while it can be an opportunity to leapfrog and make things better, at the same time, technology can enhance the divides that exist. So how to ensure that there's equal access to technology, equal computing power, that the algorithms that we use are contextual to the locations where we are all critical to make sure that alignment truly happens.
But do you see that happening realistically globally, or will we face a shortage?
We see more and more a very positive response. I think that sort of, again, as we become greater aware of how these tools can really make a difference, we see greater investments, we see greater crowding from the private sector, we see greater opportunities for public and private partnerships, all to really sort of open up opportunities to make things better.
Dr. Bender, so the same question. Do you see realistically in the next few years we're heading towards perhaps shortage of people needed in the labor market because of this transition?
Sure. I think related to healthcare, because I'm in healthcare, I think always you will see shortages because populations are growing. Mm-hmm. There are a number of increase in people around different parts of the world, and the requirement to produce highly regulated, very skilled clinical professionals take longer time. So this balance, I think, is there, and always there is that kind of things of to need more professional to provide health because institutions are opening, hospitals are there, and the other requirements for healthcare as well is needed. For example, pharma companies, health requirements from equipments, and all of these things are growing job market. And whatever we do, I think, to ensure that we continue the pipeline of producing more healthcare professionals to handle these different requirements to deliver care at the end in hospitals, I think will continue to be a requirement, will continue to be a burden in healthcare institutions, will be a burden in academic institutions, and as well the training required before the length of training for healthcare professionals is always a little bit longer than other jobs. So I don't want to call it shortage in the sense of shortage, but I think this balance always demands and availability of these jobs, I think, will continue to be. That negative balance is always there.
Dr. Ahmed, in 30 seconds, do you think we're going to see this shortage of people in the next few years?
shortages?
Of people in the labor market due to the transformation of skills needed?
Well, I don't think so. I think since there is, population growth, and since there is, institutions, and also the international mobility, where, employees move from one, country to another country, I would not say that there will be some shortages. Besides that, I see nowadays that educational institutions, they are talking with businesses, and I'm sure that alignment is going to be there. Partnership is very important, and I'm sure that everything is going to be fine.
Your Excellency, Dr. Bender, Your Excellency, Dr. Ahmed, Dr. Luis, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paolo, thank you very much once again for all the conversations that you have been guiding us through this morning, and indeed to your esteemed panel as well. I feel like I don't need to ask the question or make the statement, but I think it's important in the context of this next conversation: informality and what exactly it is. Of course, it is any job or activity or enterprise that operates outside the regulatory frameworks. So we talk about it quite a lot because it is an important contributor to many economies the world over. Arguably, yes or no is perhaps not the issue at this point. The question is, however, why is it that it exists and what its impact precisely is? To explore that in a little bit more detail, please welcome on stage with his panel Alistair Ross, who is the country's editor at The World Ahead and The Economist.
This one? Hi. Thank you very much. Good to see you all. When a panel have all taken their seats, we'll get going. So, informality. 60% of the adult workforce around the world actually works in the informal sector. So this isn't something we can ignore, it's not something we can set aside. That said, what is it? It's quite hard to encapsulate what we mean by informality in just a few words. So I think we'll start there, and by way of introduction for our panel, I'm going to ask each of you to tell us who you are, your institutional background, and then help us define what we mean for the purposes of this panel by the term informality. Let's start with Professor Joseph Adelegan.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm Professor Joseph Akenkugbe Adelegan. I'm the Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Partners in Population and Development, an international and intergovernmental organization with 28 member countries headquartered in Dhaka, Bangladesh, with offices across North America, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. We work on the intersection of sexual and reproductive health and looking at relationship between demographic trends, demographic transition, and unlocking demographic dividends. And in terms of informal economy, it could be defined as firms, worker, and production activities that work outside of regulatory and institutional framework. It's not only a question of labor, it involves production activities and farm that are outside of state rules. It has both consequences and it has also advantages. And there are reasons why informality exists. And then this is tied to demographic trends, demographic transition. It's also connected to the burgeoning population of youths across the world. Looking at 1900, we have youth population of 1.8 billion. Now we're having almost 8 billion. And so informality has advantages, it also has disadvantages. And there are a mix of policy instruments.
Let's get on to that later in the discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks. You've covered an awful lot of ground there, and I think clarified some of the parameters of what we're talking about. Over to you, Dr. Khaled Khalifa.
Thank you, Alistair, and it's really a pleasure to share this panel with all those esteemed speakers. My name is Khaled Khalifa. I represented the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to the member states of the Gulf Cooperation Council. I'm also a senior advisor to the High Commissioner for Islamic Finance and Islamic Philanthropy. The definition of informal economy from where I sit in relation to refugees, I would look at it as a survival mechanism, as a forced survival coping mechanism. Refugees cannot engage in formal economies in most countries because of non-conducive legal frameworks. The only option they have to survive is to engage in the informal economy. So as much as we are encouraging governments and countries to formalize the relationship between refugees and the labor market, I think informality still provides a way out for them to continue living and fulfill their dreams.
Wonderful. Dennis Pennell.
Hey, good morning, everyone. As a representative of the employment and recruitment industry for more than 30 years, I've been involved into global labor market issues, dealing with, international organizations. So I have quite a lot of experience, dealing with those topics. Nowadays, I set up my own advisory company, advising companies in terms of HR and management issues, such as recruitment, engagement, motivation. As for the definition of informal work, well, I would say, to be a bit provocative, it's actually the standard employment relationship, because as you said, 60% of the working population globally doesn't have a proper contractual arrangement, are not covered by social protections, they do not have access to training, vocational training, they are not being representative as workers, so no collective bargaining and social dialogue. So that's the reality that most of the people in this planet work informally, and there are many reasons for that, and I'm sure we'll get back to that one. I think the key question we'll have to ask is whether this is a choice or this is more a constraint.
Okay, I think that's given us some excellent parameters. What I'm hearing here is, on the one hand, we can see it as a survival mechanism from the point of view of the workers who find themselves in this sector. At the same time, actually, we're talking about the majority form of employment in the global labor force, which is an extraordinary thing to think. Most people you meet in the world will be in the informal sector, which is, people with jobs. It's an extraordinary thing to acknowledge. The other thing I think is really important, I think, which you touched on, is this is unregulated activity, often unmeasured, but it isn't illegal activities per se. So these aren't drug dealers, these aren't fraudsters, they're not burglars. These are people doing jobs that, if they were in the formal sector, they might still be doing the same job. It's just that they're working outside the boundaries of what we call formality. So 60%, that's not really useful enough, I don't think, as a statistic, because it varies so much from country to country. We'll come back to some of the drivers and causes, but I wanted to turn to you, Professor, to give us flesh out some of the statistics around how this employment market varies from place to place, from sector to sector, and possibly by gender even. Give us your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much for that. If you're going to provide appropriate policies that will regulate informality, we must be able to have quantitative evidence on the numbers. That will help us to be able to know how to design appropriate policies that will be domesticated to each of the various regions of the world. For example, we have evidence from International Labour Organization that says that 61.2% of the working class are involved in informal economy. And then when you break it down, you look at Africa. Africa has the largest population of informality. Africa has 85.8% of the working class in terms of farms, labor, and industries. 85.8% working in the informal economy. When you come to Asia and the Pacific, we have 68.2% working in the informal economy. In the Arab states, we have 68.6% in the informal economy. Now, coming back to the Americas, we have 40% in the informal economy. And now, coming down, where you have Europe and Central Asia, we have only 21.5%. Globally, we have informality contributes to 30% of the global GDP. So this is a very important numbers for us to understand. If we're going to design appropriate policy. Maybe later we'll be talking about drivers of informality and on how they intersect with demographic trends, demographic patterns, and how we can unlock demographic dividend of informality. Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a second. I want to move on to the drivers. What is it that, in what circumstances is it that workers find themselves with little option other than to join the informal economy? Or is that how it works? Is it that workers choose, because there are reasons for their preference, to go into the informal economy? I'll come to you in a second, Dr. Khalid, but first, Dennis, what are your thoughts on this, the drivers of informality?
I think informality is most of the time related to a structural feature. It's not a deviation. This is because we have structural mismatches and systemic mismatches within the world of work and the economy that informality appears. And this is all about labor supply. You know, when you have low-educated workers, low-skilled workers, not having access to high jobs, this is creating informality. This is about productivity. This is all about sectors with little value, to be honest, to be added to the economy. And I'm thinking about, street vendors, for instance, taxi drivers in some countries, cleaning personnel, for instance. So very low productive jobs, meaning that there is no value for them to turn into formality. But this is also related to regulation. It's very important that the labor market functions well. If you don't have the proper level of regulation from the employment side, and just being very basic, if it's too expensive, complicated to hire and firing people, then indeed you might have informality. But the same from the business side, if the commercial regulation is not properly organized, if it's too expensive, too complicated to set up your own company, you will remain in the informal side. And then I would say there is also the more institutional dimension of a country, and I'm especially looking at the employment services, whether public or private employment services. If you don't have effective labor market intermediaries supporting the matching between the supply and the demand of work, then many people will be left aside and won't be able to enter the formal economy and the formal employment level.
Okay, before we move on, I just wanted to come back to you for a second on something you mentioned there, which I think is another dimension of the informal economy that's often overlooked, which is there is an entrepreneurial layer of informality. So we think of informality as street vendors, the person who comes up selling sweets at the traffic lights or whatever. But there are businesses in many, many sectors where the choice of the entrepreneur, or the option they've been forced to take sometimes, is to carry out their business informally, employ people informally, contract with suppliers informally, and to avoid regulation and registration when they go to market. So talk a little bit, if you would, about the entrepreneurial side of informality.
Yeah, well, I think, to be honest, I think it's a small part of the informal work. For most of the people, this is not a choice, this is a constraint. I agree that in some part of the economy, you have these people not willing to comply with regulation, and therefore they circumvent the regulation, you know. But for me, this is, again, a limited part of this topic. Most of the people don't have the choice. You have these own account workers, indeed, you know, working on their own and not paying taxes, not willing to, you know, cover social protection. This is an issue because this is creating an even level playing field. So indeed, for, you know, companies complying with all the regulation and the social security regulation, for instance, yeah, those own account workers indeed represent, you know, unfair competition. But again, for me, it's small parts of the issue. Most of the people who work informally, it's not a choice, it's a constraint.
Okay. Of course, that entrepreneurial layer can go all the way from a fairly major employer to somebody, a little family business or... okay, well, let's come on to you, Dr. Khaled. We talked about the demographic drivers of informality. Your area of specialization and interest is movements of people, immigration, migration. Could you flesh out how migration interplays with this area of economic activity, the informal market?
That's a very good question, Alistair, and I will build on the definitions that both Joseph and Dennis and you also touched on. I think we can divide informality in this context into two groups. Informality by choice and informality because of lacking choices. The group we are working for, refugees, we call them forcibly displaced people. And we need to differentiate those from economic migrants. Economic migrants move by choice, but refugees move to flee for their own life because they are oppressed, they are escaping from war zones, and so on. Migrants might have the opportunity to easily integrate in an economy because at least they manage to take their certificates when they escape. But refugees, when they run for their life, they do not take anything with them. They do not take their certificates. They go to countries not by choice. They go to the nearest safe place. Most of the countries that host refugees are either underdeveloped or poor. More than 70%. Take the example of the Rohingya refugees. Where did they go to? They went from Myanmar to Bangladesh, one of the least developed countries in the world. 72% of all forcibly displaced people are living in low-income countries. Sudan, when the crisis happened, where did the Sudanese go? They didn't go to Europe or the US or Canada. They moved to Egypt, to Chad, to Central African Republic. All of them are countries with large informal economies, economic challenges, and they couldn't integrate because of various reasons. So I think as far as internally displaced people are concerned and refugees are concerned, informality is not a choice. It's a coping mechanism. It's a survival mechanism, as I mentioned. It's the only option they have. And they have skills. You have doctors, you have engineers, you have teachers. We are not talking about laborers here. We are not talking about low skills. We are talking about people who have something to offer. And we have examples from Germany, from Canada, and even from the US, where refugees managed to contribute, to make fiscal contributions, net contributions to the economy. One example, so that I do not take more time, in Jordan. We all remember the massive movement of Syrian refugees in 2011. In Jordan, according to research and statistics, during the first 5 years of displacement from 2011 to 2016, refugees increased wholesale trade by 56%, increased retail trade by 38%. In Germany, we are expecting Syrian refugees, who were accepted, more than 1 million people, to become net fiscal contributors to the German GDP by 2030. That's not a very long period if we are thinking about generations of people.
Okay, briefly, Dennis.
Yeah, well, it's back to the point I made earlier, because I agree with you. It's not only about low-skilled workers, but then the big issue is about regulation, because most of the time, asylum seekers, refugees, migrant workers, they are not entitled to work when they are being displaced. So there is a regulatory issue. You need a work permit usually to start working. And if this possibility is not there, the only choice you have, once again, is to remain within the informal sector.
I keep coming back in my mind to this ILO figure, 60%, and in the context of what you're saying about choice and about how people are driven into this segment. What an extraordinary waste of human resources to have 60% of the employable adult population globally shut out from formal networks. In that context, I'm like a good economist, I'm going to impose a division of labour on you. I want to talk just briefly about the costs, why this matters. How does it cost us as a global society, a global economy? And I see this split into three areas, thus the division of labour. I want you, Dennis, to tell us briefly about the costs in terms of the labour market for employers. And I'd like you, Doctor, to tell us a little about the cost to workers.
The workers.
And I'd like you, you tell me if this is unfair, but I'd like you to tell us about the third element, which is the cost to the fiscal cost, the revenue cost, the cost to governments. Let's start at the far end with you, Dennis.
Yeah, well, for employers, clearly those workers, the informal workers, this is an untapped, source of talent and skills. Again, depends whether we're talking about, low-skilled workers or highly skilled workers. But yeah, clearly, looking at, the shortages of labor that many companies face around the world. Now there are some surveys showing that about 75% of employers complain that they cannot hire the right talents. And those talents are there, but they're just in the informal part of the labor market. So the question is how we can move them into the formal part, but it's not as easy as it is, because again, this is a multi-factor issue. It's about regulation, labor supply, and so on.
We'll be covering that in the next session, so I'm going to stop you because I don't want you to spoil the next session. Everybody will leave. They won't need to come to the next one if we cover that now.
Yeah.
Dr. Khaled, the cost to the workers.
To the workers, yes. First, I look at informality as a policy failure. It's governments failing to utilize the opportunity that they have to formalize the engagement of displaced people in the economy. The cost to the displaced person who is engaged in informal employment, they have no rights in the first place. They do not have health insurance, they do not have pension, they do not have any rights, and they cannot really fulfill their growth aspirations. That's in relation to them. If we think at the macro level, they accept low wages that might depress the overall wage level in a country or in a given community, but they also do that not by choice. They do it by force. They are forced to do so. And in many cases, they even do not have the opportunity to engage even in the informal. So that has to be taken into consideration as well. Even engaging in informal employment sometimes is a luxury that many displaced people do not have because the regulations do not allow them, because they do not have their documents or because they do not speak the language, although they have skills that can benefit the economy as a whole.
Okay, so we've talked about the business cost and what's clearly a tremendous human cost. Governments tend to get the blame for everything, frankly, but clearly there is a regulatory and policy failure involved here. But for the moment, I'd like you just to stick to why governments should worry about this. What is the cost to governments in financial terms, maybe in political terms?
Thank you very much. I will address the cost in two parts. One is the fact that informality has to do with those that are operating outside of regulatory and legal framework. And they are shut out, they don't pay taxes to government, and government loses revenue from that. That's a cost to the state. And on the other side, there's a aspect of demographic dividend. In every country, we're having a transition in terms of demography, where most countries are moving from high birth and death rate to low birth and death rate. That has implication because the issue of informality is most common among the youths and the aging population. And then we also have talked about the migration, the other time, and urbanization. When you look at this difference, every country are in different demographic windows. Some are in their first demographic transition, and then if you have this informality, they are not able to capture the benefit of demographic dividend. They cannot unlock demographic dividend. Look at, for instance, way back in 1900, we have youth population that is about less than 0.8 million, but now you're having almost 1.8 billion youths. So in terms of this, they must be, we lose several opportunities to have the dividend of demographic transition. Look at the Asian tigers who take, for example, Thailand, and then look at South Korea, who took advantage of their demographic window. Country like South Korea was able to upscale their GDP by almost 2,200%. So this, the loss we made if we cannot transit from informality to formality.
Okay, so loss of competitiveness, loss of social cohesion and welfare, and loss of revenue, potentially political authority.
And dividend of democracy.
60% of the global labor forces. This is an extraordinary collection of information to put together. And so many, so much of our conference over the last couple of days, and so much of our structured thinking about labor markets actually focuses on the 40%. So clearly there's something really important here that needs to be grasped. Well, in our last 3 minutes, I want to move to a slightly different area of this, which is how things are changing. It used to be, in the old days, there was a very formal relationship between an employer and an employee, and the informal sector was the people who weren't part of that kind of relationship. The global economy is shifting. The way business works is shifting. We have gig workers, we have platform economies, we have mass migration, we have disruptions like, for example, COVID-19 not so long ago. Thankfully, most of us have forgotten about it. How are things changing, and how does that change how we need to respond? Again, let me start with you, Dennis. I'm going to ask, each of you's got 45 seconds on this.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the world of work is changing. What we have seen is the diversification of forms of employment, whether having a full employment relationship or, a self-employment relationship. But I think this is part of the solution, actually, because, the more diverse forms of work we have, the more we will be able to include those informal workers into the formal economy and the formal labor market.
Okay.
It's a last message. I look at it from this seat. I think we should look at the endeavor to formalize informality, not only as a humanitarian or an ethical obligation, but also as a business model. I think it is a business model that proved to provide dividends, that proved to work in many situations, and if regulators look at it from that perspective, I think the world will be a better place.
Excellent.
Yeah, to me, I'll give you the advice in two parts. One, we must be able to build the capacity of our youths if we are going to reap and capture the benefits of the current demographic transition and unlock demographic dividend. And on the other side, when we look at the various percentage of informality in different regions of the world, we must design policy instruments that are peculiar to each region and each country. They must be domesticated. We can take examples, we can take clue from other countries, other regions, but there must be policies that are domesticated, that are peculiar to each region of the world.
Okay, excellent. Well, we're running down the very final seconds, and I'm going to use them just to thank the panel and to say that we've struggled to really get our arms around what's an extraordinarily complex, but clearly really important area. But in our struggle, I hope that we've helped everybody clarify their thoughts around this topic. We're going to move on now and talk more about the solutions, the interventions that might help us address some of the problems and costs that we've arranged here. But before we do, please join me in thanking what's been an excellent panel. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Dennis. Okay, well, as I said, we're going to move on to a second panel where we're going to take as given the definitions that we've produced here, the cost, the size and the nature of the challenge that we face, and we're going to look at what we should do about it, what the actions are that we should take, what interventions might and could work. And to do that, I'm delighted to be able to welcome to the stage two excellent speakers. First, Niklas Bäckman, who is the Senior Legal Advisor for the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise, and the other is Roberto Suarez Santos, who is the Secretary General of the International Organization of Employers. Gentlemen, please come and join me. Hiya. Good to see you. Good to see you. Please take a seat. Welcome. It's good to have you here. I don't know if backstage you were able to follow much of the conversation we were having. We tried to set out the boundaries, the parameters of the challenge that we face around the globe in dealing with this question of informality. We were very struck by the dimensions of the problem. 60% of the adult global labour force is employed in informal activities. Extraordinary statistic. So I would like you to start out by giving us your sense of the overarching challenge that we face with informal employment and what the key measures that need to be taken would be. Niklas, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you. Being from Sweden and the EU, the Swedish economy is obviously largely formal, but we do have informalities in certain sectors, such as construction. I mean, we have it in service occupations such as cleaning, we have it in transport, restaurants, healthcare, personal assistance, and so on. So it is an issue for us also in the Confederation of Swedish Enterprise and of course in the EU. And one of the main challenges, I would say, is knowing the extent of the informal sector, knowing how many workers, how many employers that are in the informal sector and workers that are affected.
That's a really good point, actually. I should really have started there. How do you measure it? How do you define how large the informal sector is and where it is in the country?
Yeah, and from our perspective, it's been really difficult, but we had a government-appointed inquiry in 2023, and they did a lot of work trying to estimate it, and their estimation from a largely formal economy such as Sweden was that it's in the vicinity of the equivalent of 10 to 15 billion US dollars in costs for the society as a whole. But to be honest, it seemed very difficult to get that data, and it largely depends on estimations from the authorities, I mean the tax authorities, the police, labor inspectorates and so on, but also the social partners in Sweden. But in the end, you can say it's substantial, even in a country such as Sweden, and it's important to do what you can to get a grip on it, both from a worker perspective. I mean, being in the informal sector in Sweden, you lose out on pensions, obviously, social security. You risk being exploited by your employer, the unscrupulous employers, but also in terms of fair competition. Sweden, EU, largely high tax countries, a lot of costs, also costs associated with following the rules, complying with the administrative burdens for companies. And it's very difficult for companies that want to comply to compete with those that don't. So I think both from a worker and employer perspective, it's essential to do whatever you can to get a grip on it.
Okay. Roberto, give us a sense, if you would, of your thoughts about how we go about measuring and the problems of measuring the informal sector.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Measuring and data in the informal sector has always been a recurrent challenge, let's put it like that. First of all, because surveys that we have, I mean, the last figure that we managed to get in the ILO is the 60% that you were discussing before, which reflects a big failure. Let's put it like that. 60% of the total occupied population in the world is in the informal sector. It took a while to get this figure. Imagine also that you need to measure the number of companies. It's not easy, because you don't have companies, properly speaking. Even I would say you don't have workers, properly speaking. You have workers, you have individuals that are, but measuring that is tricky. And it's tricky because also it's intertangled with the formal sector. We often come to the reality of the informal sector, sometimes from a developed economy perspective, thinking that you have different realities, which they are different realities, it's true, but like if they are totally separate, and it's not true. You have people working in the formal sector, who are totally in the informal sector, but we have very often people that are partly working in the informal sector, partly working in the formal sector at the same time. Sometimes they are considered as irregular workers or irregular activities, by instance, overtime, not paid overtime. Is that informal or that formal? So data is always tricky, but what we can say is that the amount of workers, the amount also of GDP linked to the informal sector is huge and reflects a failure. It took us a while to have the first discussion in the International Labour Organization on informality. I mean, the ILO was created more than 100 years ago, and it was until 2007 that we have a proper discussion with a clear outcome on how to deal with the informal sector, which reflects, again, what you have been discussing is how tricky it is to measure it and realize the dimension of the problem.
If you can't measure something, then you can't design efficient policy to deal with it. How do you go about prioritizing and designing policies, interventions, to deal with a problem that's so diffuse? Let's stick with you.
Well, last year, just to give another push to tackle informality, and that came from the business side in the ILO, which we represent, we wanted not just to discuss, but to find solutions based on innovative ways of dealing with informality. Your question is, if it's so difficult to measure, if it's so difficult also to make it more tangible, how on earth you are going to have effective or impactful policies? So we went to with another approach. We say, let's see where things have improved. Why informality is so persistent? The first question perhaps we should wonder, has informality decreased in the last years? And perhaps most of you would answer no, it remains high. And the answer is yes, it remains high, but it has decreased. In many countries, it has decreased. Be aware of that. Normally, and perhaps you know that it better than me, I'm not an economist, but normally GDP growth leads to decrease in informality. But it's not automatic.
You continue, they're going to change your mic. But I'll tell you what, let's hand over to Nicholas, and we'll come back to you, so hold that thought. Nicholas, your thoughts on this, the difficulty of intervening, designing effective interventions when the problem is so hard to define and so hard to measure.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, what we know, at least in Sweden, Europe, is that the informal sector exists, but we also have a lot of legislation already, which is designed to tackle it. We have rules on posting of workers, we have migration rules, I mean, third country nationals coming to EU and Sweden and so on. And I think one of the tendency of policymakers when they try to tackle this problem, which it really is more of the same. I mean, you get more administration for companies that do comply. So I think it's very important to do it in a way that really targets the core issue, the problem. And for example, we had in Sweden, it was very common that private individuals hiring persons to do construction work and cleaning in private households did so with payment under the table. And the cause for that was the high tax pressure. You can have an income tax of over 50%, and then you add VAT and employment fees and so on. So that gave the incentive for doing it informally. And that created a large informal sector, mainly affecting migrants from Eastern Europe. What the government did was make such services partly tax deductible. The deductible amount has varied, but it's now like $8,000 per year, the equivalent of it. And this really changed the mindset of people buying those services. You didn't do it with payment under the table anymore, you did it legally. And it also had a huge impact on the informal sector in those. So I think that's a concrete example when you tackle the problem at hand. That at least worked in Sweden, and I think many other European countries have similar solutions. But I think you have to be very precise and avoid legislation that hits those that comply with the rules. Because unscrupulous employers, they will probably still try to go under the radar and don't comply with administrative burdens and so on.
Okay. I don't know if my mic is up. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Good. Roberto, do you want to finish the thought that you had, and then we'll move on to something else?
I was just trying to say that, contrary to what we may think, yes, informality has been decreasing. It's not, and you have countries that have done very well in dealing with informality. I give you some examples. South Korea, China, and also some countries in Latin America have done very well. So the approach is, what was that they did well to get out of the informal sector? And of course, there's a mix of measures.
Summarize it briefly for us.
Social protection. To what extent social protection is helping. Bear in mind that most of the individuals in the formal sector want to remain informal. They don't have the incentives to refer to that. Social protection can play a key role. Taxation is a big issue. If you don't have incentives to get there, you will not. I mean, and that's also helps a lot. Regulations. You cannot have these burdensome regulations that some countries have. And some of these countries deal well also, alleviating the regulation burdensome. Access to finance. Most of the workers, most of the individuals in the formal sector don't have properties. They just live in some. In order to have access to finance, at least you have to recognize them some values which they can use in a bank to get access to finance. Mentality is also important, because once you are in the informal sector, your mentality is not a mentality of compliance. So you have to work also on compliance mentality, and that's a middle.
That's public education.
Has to do with the skills and educations and the productivity agenda, but also institutions. Institutions are corrupted in most of, sorry, I mean, I have to be blunt on that. In most of these countries, labor inspection, in public employment policies, they don't work. And also social protection, you have to strengthen them. And of course, don't be afraid of technology. And I was not here yesterday, but I heard that there is a kind of question mark on the gig economy. Of course, it has two sides. It can deal to more informality, but it can deal to more formality. There are good examples on how the digital era is bringing more formality and more possibilities to these individuals.
Okay, thanks very much. Nicholas, this is an interesting point that we've heard. Sweden has its informality challenge, but let's face it, Sweden isn't typical of the countries that are really struggling with informality. Do you have any observations about how, I mean, this is a facile question, but how can countries struggling with institutionality and informality get closer to being like Sweden?
It's difficult to copy someone else's labor market. In Sweden, it has really been, I would say, a cooperation between the social partners, the employer organizations and the worker organizations. We regulate most things through collective agreements in Sweden, or the terms and conditions on the labor market through collective agreement. And then it's the main responsibility for upholding those terms and conditions also falls to the social partners. But when it comes to informality, I mean, workers are, for obvious reasons, not unionized, and the employers are not in a part of an employer organization. So there has to be a cooperation between the authorities and the social partners. And I think in some cases that has worked really well in Sweden. And for example, we have an initiative from the social partners in the construction sector called ID06, which is a system for identification when you work at a major construction site in Sweden. And this was originally from the social partners, but now it's handled by the tax authorities. And it basically means that you must be able to identify yourself as a worker on a major construction site. And it's also possible to identify the employer and whether taxes are paid and so on. And that has had an impact. And I mean, that kind of cooperation is perhaps possible to do in other countries than in the Scandinavian ones. So that's a concrete example, I think.
Good. I mean, what comes out clearly from the conversation is, you know, this is a problem that has a different face in every part of the world, in every segment of the economy almost. And we haven't really talked about gender, but I know that, you know, this is far more likely, informality is far more likely to affect women, a higher proportion of the female population is in the informal sector than the male. So there are so many regional and sectoral complications. I want to move on to slightly more provocative ground. Both of you are representatives of institutions that look at the world from the point of view of the corporate sector, of the employers, of business. Is there a sense in which, you know, just to play devil's advocate, I could recharacterize informality as a really useful way of making the most efficient use within a national economy of the full range of labor that's available. So how motivated are businesses really to eradicate informality? There is a competitiveness question, but there's also a question of, I can dip into this pool of labor for certain functions. I'd really rather nobody touched it. Let's go to you.
Well, I think this is a key point to understand what's going on in informality. Imagine that we have a magic formula and we can say in India, I give you the example of India, I don't know whether there is anyone, from one day to the other we're going to eliminate the informal sector. That would be a catastrophe for the economy, a total catastrophe. So I'm not I mean, you can say I'm talking about from the perspective of business. Of course, there is a business case for the informal sector when regulations are not working. It could be lying ourselves. And that's why the discussion is not about how to eliminate the informal sector, but how to promote transitions towards the formal sector. When I'm dealing with supply chains, the main problems and why all these due diligence on supply chains or value chains have been created. Because you have huge informal sector where I have reputational risk as a company of forced labor, child labor, lack of freedom of association, discrimination. So on one side, I'm fearful as a company that I have to deal with important risks. But on the other side, would I have invested in the same manner if this informality would not be working there? I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah.
So there is a path, and we don't think that you can just from one day to the other take tough measures, like in Sweden, and have inspectors working properly. No, that's not going to work. You need to put incentives, you need to change the mentality. You as a company also, you need to do your work. But there is a business case.
Okay. Over to you, Nicholas. Last seconds on the clock. Your thoughts?
Yes, I mean, as I said, it's very important to deal with the informal sector, do what you can to limit it, but also avoid rules that create the informal sector, such as now Sweden, as many other countries, has very strict rules on migration. You have to have a certain income in order to get a work permit, and it's not possible for many people to obtain that income, to be honest. So that's rules that persons can comply with. And it really affects the Swedish companies because there is a labor shortage. So I would say from our perspective, it is essential to do what you can to get a grip on it.
Okay. A good point on which to end. We are out of time. I'm extremely grateful because this is not an easy topic to get your arms around. And I think you've helped us tremendously. So we're going to move on to the next session. But before we do, please join me in thanking Nicholas and Roberto for what's been an excellent attempt to get our hands on this topic. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for that conversation. So here we are. One of the things that we have to remember as we are talking about the global labor market is that it's not just about what's happening in this space now. This whole conference is dedicated to looking to the future and how we can find solutions that can do one, create and build more sustainable labor markets, but two, that can be more resilient, that can withstand the shocks that we see, whether they be economic or whether they be geopolitical. This next presentation focuses on precisely that, building resilient labor markets. So please put your hands together for Pradeep Kurukula Surya, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Capital Development Fund.
Huh? No, can I use this? Okay, yeah, thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, thank you for the organizers of the Global Labor Market Conference for convening a coalition focused on practical solutions that are fair, sustainable, and future-facing. The theme, Future in Progress, is exactly right. Labor markets are being reshaped in real time by trade shifts, technology, climate shocks, conflict, and demographic change. And today, I want to talk about one important matter. Jobs are an outcome. Resilient labor markets are a system. And a system does not become resilient without the right kind of capital entering early, where risk is highest and opportunity is most excluded. But as we all know, there is a problem, a repeated financing gap that blocks job creation. This is most pronounced in least developed countries and fragile states where informality is not a side issue, It is the labor market. Research has consistently shown that informality accounts for the vast majority of work worldwide, the order of around 2 billion workers, with the highest share in low-income regions. In these settings, many people are employed but still poor, uninsured, and one illness, one flood, one conflict away from losing everything. Informality becomes the default because it is the only system that reliably clears. So this is not a story about motivation. It is a story of incentives and risk. Now, a repeated financing gap keeps emerging and constraining job creation in productivity growth in LDCs, small island states, and fragile contexts, countries in debt distress. But we all know that SMEs and entrepreneurs create the most jobs, yet finance does not come easily to them. They're too big for microfinance, too small and too risky for commercial banks, and too early stage for most DFIs and multilateral development banks. This is the issue of the missing middle of finance. And when that gap persists, labor markets become fragile. Productivity stalls, women and youth-led entrepreneurs cannot scale, and shocks translate into long-term scarring. So the question that we have to ask is really, how do we build a labor market that keeps upgrading next year, the year after, and when shocks hit, they continue to keep building? And the evidence is sobering and clarifying. Large reviews of youth employment programs show average impacts are often modest, and what separates stronger from weaker results is not slogans or fancy PowerPoints, but design and execution, multi-component support, targeting, follow-up, linkage to real demand. Training alone rarely outruns the structure of the local economy. Now that means that labor market policy cannot only be about preparing workers, it must also be about shaping markets so that firms can invest, expand, and hire. And resilience, just like any household, is built on managing risk and investment. When firms can access finance that matches their reality, small ticket sizes, volatile cash flows, and limited collateral, we have hope. So it's necessary to have a practical theory of change for resilient labor markets. This is not abstract, it's ultimately about a sequence. We need to first stabilize incomes to shock so that people stay attached to economic activity. We need to build pathways of survival so that work turns into productive work. And we need to expand firms and local demand for labor. This requires that finance that changes behavior in the financial system is deployed. Risk-sharing instruments can shift lending patterns where markets are stuck, especially for SMEs that are otherwise excluded. Put simply, resilient labor markets emerge when we reduce downside risk, we increase investable opportunities, and build repeatable pathways into higher productivity growth. And here is the uncomfortable truth. This does not happen at scale without catalytic capital. This is a problem that we at the United Nations Capital Development Fund are trying to take on. While most of the UN system brings policy change, capacity building, and other important programs, and the multilateral development banks focus on large sovereign-level transactions working through traditional credit-rated institutions, we work at the bottom of the pyramid. We work where uncertainty is highest. We're willing to take on those risks and work with the realities of markets that most SMEs around the world have to contend with. Because unlike development finance institutions of the traditional kind, we look to enter first when risks are at the highest, where markets are small and they're still forming, and where private sector is not yet willing to move. We try to deploy capital alongside technical assistance to make markets investable. Our role is to ensure that we crowd in others where they would otherwise shy away from. This is market development. This requires financial sector deepening. Because when we back a local bank with a guarantee, a digital finance provider, or a market intermediary, the real impact is what happens next. The balance sheet expands, entrepreneurs start getting involved, products get replicated, and job creation becomes financially viable without a permanent subsidy. We focus on MSME finance, subnational finance, and digital finance, the building blocks of labor market resilience, where inclusion with productivity, adaptability with protection, and growth can withstand shocks. This is fundamentally, ultimately, about a sequencing issue. We enter first, absorb early risk selectively, and build a pathway to scale. So here's my call to action. If we want labor markets that are resilient, inclusive, and future-ready, we must back the real engines of jobs, entrepreneurs, small businesses, and local economies. This requires catalytic capital to move first, to absorb uncertainty, build a track record, and crowd in others. So to governments, I say, bring in the pipeline and the policy clarity and partner on the sequencing that makes markets investable. To investors and financial institutions, partner with us on risk-sharing structures that expand SME finance and replicate what works, rather than waiting for perfect conditions that never arrive. And to donors and partners, shift more resources into catalytic capital that creates durable market behavior change and not one-off outputs. We stand ready to de-risk and scale resilient labor markets building blocks in LDCs and fragile states where the opportunity is large, the urgent need is apparent, and the payoff is transformational. So for me, Beyond Jobs is not a slogan, it's a strategy. We need to build a system, we need to finance the transition, we need to make resilience investable. After all, before you build the future, someone has to first unlock it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you so very much. I have to say, when I was listening to his remarks, it really struck me how, when often, certainly in my country, we have spoken historically about a missing middle when it comes to education and access to funding for education, the same can be applied to many SMEs in the developing countries in particular, because they struggle to access that kind of funding. And I think the solution that they are offering might actually be the one that helps many of those make significant contribution to GDPs in their relevant respective countries. Speaking of things that happen right now, so if we were to look at youth unemployment, youth are three times more likely to be unemployed than adults. That's quite a bothersome statistic, if you ask me. And for too long, inequality has kind of been an afterthought. It's one of the things that you think about after you've looked at what your growth numbers look like. But what would happen if we decided to flip the script a little bit? Well, research by the IMF shows that when you reduce inequality, you can actually extend economic growth cycles. And of course, once growth cycles are extended, you have a commensurate increase in inclusivities in economies the world over. And what's great is that you wouldn't be having to look at it as exercising or using charity. It would be smart economics. Inequality, of course, one can make certain assumptions about what that means, but it covers a whole broad spectrum of categories in society. And to have this particular conversation, I'm going to ask you to please help me to welcome my panelists. Dr. Othman El-Khasabi, who is the CEO of Taunia. Pascal Bielefeld, who is the CEO of At Scale. And Dr. Margaret Jones-Williams, who is the Deputy Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Programme. To each of you, please welcome on stage and kindly take your seats. If you can come this way around. There you go. That's perfect. Please have a seat. And let's get this conversation started. Dr. Uthman, if I can start with you. You've almost kind of had two careers in your life. You started off in the medical professions, and now you are specifically in insurance. So I think this is a great conversation for someone like you, because you're able to speak on both sides of the equation. But we're going to talk about the insurance aspect first of all. The Kingdom has stated that it has targeted a GDP contribution for small enterprises at about 15%, which is pretty good. It's good news for you because you're an insurance company, but how is this actually manifesting in the context of this conversation, which is inequality specifically?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for having me with you today in this interesting conference. I believe, SMEs are always at the heart of any economy. We have around 90% of the enterprises are within this domain. And I believe if you look at the SMEs, they have a particular part of needs. And these needs need to be addressed. And when you look at insurance, what we do is we are a risk mitigation tool. So understanding the industry-specific and the company-specific challenges would be an integral element for the insurance to grow. On the other hand, if you look at the Financial Development Program objectives, you see that there is an objective of increasing the non-oil GDP contribution for insurance from 2.5% to 3.5%. So putting those two together, there should be a solution creation that caters for their need and address for the growth of those segments. And I believe if you play it in the classical insurance perspective, it's going to be difficult. Massive growth in the economy, massive growth also for insurance. So it's about the balance of how can you get both into an equation and create a win-win situation to boost the economy and achieve the objectives of Vision 2030.
Yeah. Pascal, your area of focus is perhaps on a segment that people don't automatically and often think about when we're thinking about inequality, and that is in the context of disability. How do you think we can go about better addressing inequality? And I'm going to ask you this in a two-part aspect. One, from thinking differently about policy, and secondly, thinking differently about the lived environments where disability is often an afterthought. It's something like, oh, we've done all of this, but what about disabled people? It isn't always at the fore of the conversation when designing solutions for work, for living.
Thank you. And I want to first of all thank the organizers of this conference for putting this on the agenda. Because, and I want to stress those words, diversity, equity, inclusion. Because in today's world, sadly, in parts of this world, these have become taboo. We took it once for granted, but it's no longer the case. And it's important to remind ourselves how important inclusion is. It drives to more equity and stronger performing societies and companies and labor market and so on. So I lead AT-Scale, the global partnership for assistive technology, which is hosted by UNOPS. And we're looking at very basic things that will help answer those questions. Things like eyeglasses, hearing aids, wheelchairs, prosthetics, smartphones, anything you need to be functional. Of course, persons with disabilities need those assistive technologies more than others, but really everyone does. Today I've got contacts because I broke my glasses, but I couldn't function without my glasses, right? Studies have shown the increase in productivity when companies have made available to aging employees reading glasses, right? In contexts where those were not available. So it really is a smart thing to do, but it's not happening, right? And so to your question, I think the starting point has to be this concept of universal design. If we think about policies, if we think about products, if we think about services from that universality perspective and that diversity perspective, and we can tackle the needs of those that are at the extremes of that diversity spectrum, then we can solve solutions for everyone.
How then, if I can just ask a follow-up, when one hears an individual such as yourself talk about it, it makes sense. Of course, of course we should do this. But to your point, in reality, it doesn't happen, right? It doesn't happen, forget about even at policy level. When organizations are building buildings, new buildings, they don't have that in mind. One, from a physical accessibility question, but also for thinking differently about providing for support such as healthcare. So the healthcare that you are provided doesn't always stretch far enough to cover instances where perhaps your sight begins to deteriorate, or perhaps you struggle to use your hands as you used to because of an arthritic condition, which is not a historical disability that you have, it is one that develops over time. It doesn't cater necessarily for that. So how do we begin to close that gap in terms of our own thinking?
I think there are many things that need to be done, but I would say the starting point has to be raising awareness amongst policymakers, decision makers, CEOs, middlemen, that thinking about these things is not a nice to have, and it's not just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. ILO recently published figures that demonstrated that the lack of inclusion, in particular of persons with disabilities, in the economy leads to a loss of GDP of 3 to 7%. Right? We've modeled that for every dollar that you invest in an assistive technology, there's a $9 return to society because of better education outcomes, employment opportunities, longer productivity. If we start to internalize that and understand that, then we won't see those kinds of investments as the last thing to do. They're not just a cost. There's actually a return and a benefit to doing them.
Margaret, I've watched you nodding profusely because I'm sure you're itching to make a comment. And I'm sure you're going to add on to what Pascal has already said. But in the context of doing so, I'd also like you to elaborate a little bit on the youth question, which I mentioned in my opening, and why it is in the same way that when it comes to ableness and disability, we fail to consider inclusion, we also seem to fail to consider inclusion for youth, whether it be in conversations, whether it be in workplaces, whether it means in terms of economic contribution. Why do we fail?
Thank you, Tumi, for that, and thank you for the initial discussions here. And just reflecting on youth, I mean, the size of the young generation now globally is the largest that it's ever been in historical terms. And 16% of the global population is young people. In Saudi Arabia, it's even higher. We're up to 36%. And this is really very important because the young people are the driving force. They're what's going to take us forward. They're what's going to drive the economy. And in terms of why are they not benefiting from the growth that we're seeing, the jobs that we're seeing? A lot of reasons. First of all, and you mentioned it, they're not being included in the decision-making process about their own future, about the job markets, about even the academic curricula, right? A lot of universities are still producing traditional academic studies that are not either fit for the young people or fit for the market. The other thing is, I think that we have to recognize that the job market as we know it now is very different from it was 10 years ago, and it'll be very different 10 years from now. In fact, we don't even know what those jobs might look like because of the advancing technologies. So I think that we have to bring young people to the table, have to have them involved in their own decision making, and have to ensure that they are fit for purpose, for going forward in the job market, and to also look at policy reforms where they are not excluded, and also meet them where they need to be met. They're vibrant, they're looking for change, they're not looking for the traditional 9-to-5 job. It doesn't mean they don't want to work, but it's just a very different age. They're looking for co-working spaces, they're looking for technology, they're looking for travel, they're looking for really strong engagement. So I think we need to bring the young people to the table to have a discussion with them.
In reality, whether you and me like it or not, a lot of the people who are doing the hiring, a lot of the people who are setting the policy, a lot of the people who are deciding what the job is going to be are the old school people, right? It's not the youth. So they are bringing that particular lens to the table when making decisions about youth inclusivity, about youth access. Is there a specific intervention that is required that can help us to better cater for that? Because as long as, I'd love to say that I'm a youth, but I'm not. So if you ask me, I'm going to look at it with my particular lens, which is not the same as what my sons would do, because their drivers are quite different.
Yeah. So, you know, in preparing for this, I had a conversation with some young people, because how can I talk about young people? Yes, I'd like to think I'm also one of them, but not quite. But look, specific things, and I think this is where we also have to look at partnerships between private sector and public sector, and even multilateral agencies like the UN. We have to look at strengthening the workforce opportunity, because young people cannot get jobs if they don't have experience. Young people cannot have experience if they do not have a job. It has to start somewhere. So we have to strengthen things like apprenticeships, internships, mentorship programs to smooth that pathway. So again, young people have to be included, academic institutions have to be included, governments have to be included, private sector has to be included. And this really has to be scaled up. There are a lot of private sector companies who do offer internships and apprenticeships, but this has to be brought to scale, and it has to be somehow integrated in policy. There also has to be incentives, right, for these companies. And I think coming back to the issue of inclusivity and persons with disabilities, we also have to look at the incentives for companies, right? Because there may be a cost for assisted technologies, but then, as you said, there is investment, return on that investment, and we have to remove those barriers. So in the same way we have to remove the barriers for young people, we have to provide the opportunities for them, we have to bring it to scale, and again, we have to have them involved in deciding their own future.
Dr. Adnan, if I can come back to you, and what's concerning me is that there's a lot that's been said that I think you could probably speak on, whether it be the policy question, the youth question, or the disability question. But what I would like to have a conversation very briefly about, and then we can come back to policy, is the provision of safety nets and how organizations think around insurance as a broader safety net, not just, you know, insurance for my car or whatever the case may be, but looking at it more specifically and deliberately as a problem solver for companies or for individuals or for organizations that want to attract youth. Because a lot of this issue is about risk, right? It's about a reluctance to take on risk. So how can we better spread that risk?
Yeah, so, you know, it's a good segue for me also to comment on the youth and the disability. I think insurance is best suited to have a win-win-win situation where, you know, we are in the risk business and we would love for the risk to be mitigated. Organizations also would like to reduce the risks, and then the employee himself or the society also would like to reduce the risk. So if you can cater for a solution that covers those on a transparent manner that can, you know, give you the canvas what to do in a pragmatic way. So I'll give you an example. Today, health insurance is a compulsory product for the private sector. And if you look at the SME, they are the majority, as we mentioned, but it's a cost element to them. And, it might be at the front, the face of it, that it is a cost burden. However, today, if you bring that insurance policy and design a kind of a employee health program that caters for disability inclusion, benefit package that covers for that, and then you design a proactive program. We have a great example in collaboration with Discovery, which is a South African company that does a nudging program. So we reward every week any individual who does certain steps, smoking cessation, sleep, and what have you. And once they get this, they get weekly nudges. The employer himself will have a lower cost next year because the health of the employer is better. The employee himself also is enjoying a better quality of life, and then this will reflect on their productivity and what have you. If you put this into a scale, then it will solve for the wider problem. I would like also to comment a little bit about the youth. We had an issue within the industry. It's a highly skilled industry that needs specific skills. And there is a lot that we need to solve for as a market in Saudi Arabia. So we've done three big things. First is we've designed a program called the Future Talent Program. Can you imagine such a program? We accept only 35 participants. We had 35,000 applicants to this program. And then within the organization, we follow something called the employee engagement activity. This is done by a third party. Out of this survey, a lot of activities, are designed. We had to do a salon within the company because the employees asked for it, a gaming, place, 3 and 4 coffee shops that are, specialty coffee shops, and we've managed to, score around 20% increase in the employee engagement. And these ideas, if we talk about it in the beginning, the board would say, are you out of your mind? What are you trying to do, right? But however, it has an impact because it has a meaning for this new generation. And at the bottom line is how can you include them and then also push forward the productivity and the cycle of economy.
One thing that I would like to ask you, though, Pascal, if I can see you want to comment, so I'm going to come to you shortly. But one thing that I'd like to ask you, Dr. Mann, is this question around accessibility when it comes to insurance. I think the products that you describe sound amazing, but insurance comes at a cost, right? It's not free. Sure. It comes at a cost to the employee, and it comes at a cost to the employer, which in and of itself can create a barrier. So now you have a double barrier, right? You have a barrier in terms of your ability, your physical ability or disability, and then you have a cost barrier. Sure. In times when economies are tough, many people will forego that as an option because of other imperatives. Is there a way that we can begin thinking innovatively, in as much as you're thinking innovatively about the space in which employees occupy, innovatively about the accessibility to insurance question as well? Yeah, absolutely. So 2 weeks back, the Minister Cabinet has approved the National Insurance Strategy, in which it has, multiple initiatives. I'll just highlight 2, which is what we call risk-based capital. So they allowed for more companies to enter to the market. This means more supply with a lower entry barrier when it comes to the capital deployment needs in each company, which is a supply issue. Second thing is they've created something called the data hub. So a lot of data are being gathered within one place, and then it's about doing use cases to those data in order for you to innovate in the product level. On the other hand, there is a mandation around the coverage of the individual. So this is on the enterprise side, and the individual side, you are we cannot segregate based on disability, based on pre-existing conditions. These has to be factored in the overall pricing structure. And so I don't want to go into the technicalities, but certain policies does not allow for differentiation between different risks because of things that are not out of your hands, like congenital disabilities and what have you. On the other hand, the benefit package has special coverage for autism, for disability that goes up to $500,000 riyal that covers for this kind of risk. Pascal?
Maybe if I can just react to that, and I think Saudi has raised an example that has really made a lot of progress in this area, but our particular focus is on lower and middle income countries, and let's not forget that in many of these countries, which is the majority of the countries in the world today still, the majority of the population do not have any sort of insurance, right? Or if they do, it's a community-based type of insurance, which really only covers the minimum basic primary health care, even if that. And so I think it's going to still be a long time before we get to a similar stage as we find in higher income economies. And so we have to be a bit creative about how do we then create more innovative financing mechanisms to allow access to assistive technology or to the financing that will enable accessibility of buildings and so forth. And of course, governments need to step up. There's no doubt about that. They need to do much, much more than they're doing today because, again, they tend to deprioritize this area because they see it just as a burden and they see it as too complicated. And so we need to demystify it, simplify things, and there are now easy solutions that can be implemented. But governments and, to be honest, the corporate sector also need to do more and step up.
Speaking about the government and corporate sector, Margaret, those two entities or segments of society are predominantly responsible for driving one policy and initiatives that can drive growth in economies. There's no question. How are we going to encourage a situation where both of them are asking and addressing the question of the creation of quality jobs? Because that can be a significant tool in the reduction of inequality, because once people have access to income or capital, they're able to assist in finding these solutions for themselves.
Yes. So we have to address the issue of inequality by addressing fully the issue of inclusion. Okay, we have to be inclusive. We've spoken about young people, we've spoken about persons with disabilities. Of course, we have to continue to speak about women, because women, even though they make up 50% of the global population, still, from the latest figures, are at 42% of the workforce. Persons with disabilities make up about 16% of the global population, and if we exclude them, we're excluding 16% of potential in the workforce. So we really have to address the issue of inclusivity. You're speaking about governments, the private sector and corporate, but this is also really a role for, you know, the multilateral partners like United Nations Development Program. I mean, we are on the ground in over 170 countries, working with private sector, working with governments, helping to look at policy reform, job creation, youth leadership programs, capacity development, and job opportunities for decent work. But I want to also just focus a little bit or address one of the issues on the insurance, which we have to look at. Insurance is one aspect, but looking at what we need in the workplace and looking at the portability of benefits. Because again, this is what young people are looking for. In the traditional jobs, you stay with your job, you get your health benefits, you get your pension, you get your leave, you get all these things. But when you leave your job, those benefits are linked to your employer, not to the employee, and you leave those behind. This is a new discussion. How do we look at the portability of benefits? It's your benefit. How do you take those benefits from one job to the next? And on the issue of the inclusivity and coming back to the return on investment for persons with disabilities, we have to look at incentives. If companies have to retrofit facilities, buy technology, improve their ramps and put Braille in their elevators, what's the incentive to the company to do that? So again, it looks at the policy reform and really linking multilateral and even donors with governments and private sector.
Okay, so I'm going to do this really, really quickly. You have one word each and one word only. When we are talking about fixing inclusivity, what is the one word that you would suggest we think about when fixing the question of the inclusivity deficit? Margaret, you have the pleasure of going first. Yes, one word.
Partnership.
Partnership, yep. Pascal, your turn.
Mindset.
Mindset, okay.
I believe it's the continuation.
One word.
Continuation. So the
Continuation. So if we continually address our mindset issues and focus on partnership, we should be able to try to address the inclusivity question. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for joining me in this conversation. It's been an absolute pleasure. To the two of you, or the three of you, if I can ask you to please make your way off of this stage. Thank you so very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, the question of care and the question of health, ability or disability didn't just come up in this conversation, it came up also yesterday in the very, very opening panel conversation that we had yesterday. And sometimes I think we seem to underestimate the value that people who care for others in our society actually add. They take a burden, if you would consider it that way, of family members who would be providing that care. And they also ensure that those people in need of care can potentially have a better quality of life. To talk a little bit more about the case for valuing care, please welcome Dr. Jose Luis Cobo Serrano, the President of the International Council of Nurses.
Excellencies, ministers, colleagues, friends, it's a great honor to be here with you here in Riyadh in this very important conference. It's a forum that recognizes the labor markets, our resilience, fairness, and shared prosperity, as much as efficiency and productivity. I speak today as President of the International Council of Nurses, representing more than 30 million nurses around the world. It's a workforce that is essential for population health, social stability, and economic participation in every country. Yet despite this central role, nursing is often an invisible workforce. My message today is very simple. We are seeing failures in how labor markets recognize and reward nursing care. And this is driving our current grave shortages of 5.8 million nurses worldwide. And we can and must reverse this trend by making the value of nursing visible and investing in the nursing workforce in order to build resilient societies and thriving economies. To do this, we must address the barriers that are leaving nursing undervalued and overlooked. First, there is an historical undervaluing of professions dominated by women and of care work. Second, decision makers are still not understanding the high returns of investment the nursing workforce brings to both population health and to global labor and economic markets. Globally, around 85% of the nursing workforce is female. So I think it's very important to understand everybody is important as workers, female or male nurses. But this is not unique in health, but in health, and especially in nursing, the consequences are profound. The global nursing shortages is not only a supply problem, it's a gender labor market failure. And it's one that costs our world health system, population health, and economies. Nursing is undervalued as a high-skilled regulated profession. Let me absolutely clear about what nursing is and what is not. Nursing is a highly skilled regulated profession grounded in scientific knowledge, clinical expertise, ethical judgment, and leadership. According with the ICN globally agreed definition, we published this year a new definition, and we are translating now in all language. Nursing is a concept very global. Clinical care across the full life course, health promotion and disease prevention, management and complex and acute conditions. Leadership is included too. Research, education. So a lot of things. It's not only one. And nurses are not interchangeable with other roles, because some countries introduce new roles, maybe because are cheaper than nurses, but it's I think is a wrong position in the health system now. Now, the International Labour Organization found nurses were paid less than the average for high-skilled workers in 34 out of 49 countries' studies. So the salaries is very important too. The evidence shows that it's time for leaders and organizations to stop seeing the nursing workforce as a cost and recognize it's a strategic investment. With huge returns is the form of job creation, improved population health, higher productivity, and reduced health system costs. During our nursing days, International Nursing Days, we published a very important report, and in these reports, we include a lot of data, and the data show that every dollar invested in health system can generate up to a fourfold return, with nurses at the center of health system. Recent analysis shows that if we eliminate our health workforce shortage, we could add a staggering $1.13 trillion to the global economy, while cutting 7% of the entire global disease burden. Adequate and well-supported nursing workforce prevent above illness and hospitalization, reduce treatment complication, so a lot of things. Our very new report with WHO is an analysis of the state of the world nursing around the world. We need nearly 6 million nurses, but the distribution around the world is very, very different across regions. 80% of the world's nurses are concentrated in countries that account for just 50% of the world's population. So the nursing workforce shortages is driven not by lack of nursing talent or motivation, but by low and safe staffing levels and excessive workloads, inadequate pay relative to nurses' responsibility and skills, inadequate workforce planning and investment in nursing, limited career pathways and leadership opportunities. In labor market terms, the problem is here. It's very clear. The conditions of work don't reflect the value of the work. When that happens, we see workers leave or never enter the profession at all. A lot of countries have problems to be attractive as a profession. And sometimes we introduce in the profession, but after some years leave because of a lot of work that are maybe in hospitals, in the primary care centers or something like that. So finally, I think that there are a lot of things that we have to provide in the new generation, in the new health system. Investment will be systematic, not reactive, because sometimes, and I have to say, the government have a short view. It's very important to have a long view. Sometimes you have to invest today for maybe 10 years, 20 years. In my country, in Spain, we introduced nurses in the schools with children, because if we introduce, for example, exercise or not consume alcohol or drugs, maybe in the future we have adults with healthy. So retention is important too. We will prioritize leadership development and introduce nursing in all tables that we discuss, and we have to content with our opinion. So ICN calls on leaders to recognize nursing as a skilled, strategic profession, as backbone in the health system. So this message is the most important thing. Let's remember that behind every thriving economy and resilient society stands a strong health system, and at the heart of every strong health system stands the nursing workforce. The data is clear and the economic opportunity is enormous. Let us act now to move nursing from invisible to invaluable in our global labor market. Thank you very much.
Dr. Cobas Serrano, thank you so very much for your remarks. I don't know if you've noticed this, but you may have. Over the past couple of days, there seems to be a common theme that is also emerging. I wouldn't say it's emerging, perhaps it's one that's always there, and that is the question of education. Our education system was developed many, many, many years ago, and developed in a particular kind of environment and a particular climate. As the world changes and as the world of work changes, arguably then, so should the way we educate ourselves and our children also change. So, looking then at the question of quality education that will ensure that growth is indeed a priority and is driven, please welcome on stage the advisor to the Secretariat of the Council of Ministers and Chairman of the Board of Directors at the Education and Training Evaluation Commission, His Excellency Dr. Khaled Al-Sabti.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Peace be upon you all.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the future of work is not waiting for education systems to catch up. Across the world, jobs are evolving at a rapid pace while curricula and teaching techniques remain largely stagnant. As technology, demographics, global value change, the gap between skill supply and demand continues to widen. Labor market changes are outpacing traditional education reforms. Education systems move in a multi-year reform cycles while markets evolve continuously, reshaped by technological advancements, structural transformations, and human ambition. This growing mismatch is no longer an education issue alone. It is an economic challenge, a structural constraint on competitiveness. In this new reality, prosperity does not belong to those with the most resources, but to those who can build the right human capabilities at the right time and at scale. There is no doubt that human capability has become the decisive source of economic power. That is why today's discussion on responsiveness of education systems to labor market demands, skills needs, and workforce readiness is not just important, it is urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, over recent decades, access to education has expanded significantly around the world. It is no longer the primary challenge. Yet, many economies continue to face persistent skills shortage, raising employer frustration, and widening gap between what graduates offer and what labor markets expect. The challenge is not effort and it's not investment. It is speed and alignment. In this context, the true measure of education quality is no longer inputs and credentials alone. Rather, it is reflected in the employability, adaptability, and productivity of graduates as the drivers of sustained economic growth. Globally, there is a growing consensus that education systems must shift from assuring quality inputs to ensuring quality outputs, from static standards to continuous improvement, and from slow, fragmented reform to agile, evidence-driven transformation. At the heart of this shift is a simple principle. Education fulfills its promise only when learners succeed in the labor market and when systems can respond quickly to emerging employer needs. It is within this context, global context that Saudi Arabia has made a deliberate and strategic choice. Under Vision 2030, the Kingdom has placed human capability at the heart of national transformation. Education is viewed as a crucial engine for economic diversification, productivity, and global competitiveness. Our ambition is clear: to build high-impact, globally leading education and training quality assurance, quality control model that accelerates reform and supports bridging the gap between skill supply and labor market demand. This effort is led by the Education and Training Evaluation Commission, or ETIC, which oversees a unified national system for evaluation across school education, vocational training, and higher education. What distinguishes the Saudi approach is that quality assurance is designed not only to identify gaps, but to close them quickly by linking evidence directly to policy decisions, funding priorities, and institutional improvement. Transformation requires evidence, but it's not evidence itself that matters most. What matters is how quickly it is produced and how quickly it is used. Through national assessments and system-wide evaluation programs, Saudi Arabia now generates comprehensive evaluation data covering millions of learners and tens of thousands of institutions. Most importantly, these data are used to shorten decision cycles and speed up responses to labor market needs. They also empower all stakeholders, including employers, parents, and learners, to make better informed choices. For example, when evaluation data revealed misalignment between graduates' outcomes and labor market demand in selected disciplines, standards and admission pathways were adjusted far faster than traditional reform timelines would allow. Instead of waiting years to collaborate, the system can respond much faster, reducing skills mismatch and improving workforce readiness. But alignment is not achieved through institutions alone. A defining feature of the Saudi model is that it follows the learner across the entire journey, from early education through higher education and training, and ultimately into employment. Labor market outcomes are not treated as a distant statistics. They are direct feedback loops for reform. Employability, adaptability, and career progression inform continuous improvement across the system. This allows This allows education and training to move at the speed of the economy, not behind it. Additionally, in higher education, accelerated alignment is achieved through discipline-specific national frameworks that define standards for skills, knowledge, and professional values. These frameworks were developed in partnership with employers and sector leaders and are used for standardized graduate assessments. They enable universities to adjust programs more quickly and to address misaligned offerings. The result is a stronger alignment with workforce demand and direct support for the Human Capability Development Program under Vision 2030. We believe that quality without insight is aspiration. Quality with intelligence becomes transformation. Therefore, Saudi Arabia is building what can be described as a national MRI for the education and training ecosystem, an integrated multi-level view of performance across institutions, sectors, and labor market outcomes. At the center of this effort is the Education and Training Situation Room, which connects education evaluation data with labor market, economic, and social data using advanced analytics. It also can reveal signals, connections, and correlations affecting learning. This intelligence allows leaders to identify emerging skills mismatch, understand which programs deliver the strongest workforce outcomes, and target interventions where they will have the greatest impact. This is not a dream for the future. We built it. It is up and running. And it's already accelerating reform. Early evidence showed that it can reduce a single reform journey by several years. We invite interested partners to visit the Saudi Education and Training Situation Room in Riyadh to share experience and to learn from one another. While rooted in Saudi Arabia's context, this approach aligns closely with international best practice. It has been recognized by global organizations, including the OECD and the World Bank, as an effective model for linking education quality with labor market and economic outcomes. This confirms that Saudi Arabia's transformation is not only nationally significant, but globally relevant. Ladies and gentlemen, Saudi Arabia's journey is about more than improving education quality. It's about accelerating education reform to keep pace with the speed of economic change, closing the gap between learning and work, and turning human capability into a decisive competitive advantage. Our message is clear. When education systems are agile, intelligence-driven, and aligned with the labor markets, nations don't merely adopt, they lead. As we gather here in Riyadh, we invite you all to join us in shaping a future where education moves at the speed of opportunity and becomes a powerful driver of sustainable growth and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Al-Sabti reminded us that the skills we build today don't just drive economic growth, they also shape how people experience change in the world of work. And this point is especially clear when we look at the green transition, because this transition is happening very fast as well. And the real question isn't anymore whether it's coming, but whether it lifts people up or leaves them behind. With that in mind, it's now my pleasure to call upon our next panel to join me on the stage. Gentlemen, welcome. So I'm very pleased to introduce our panel members. Sitting right beside me is Frank Gorsuch. He's the, oh, am I still there? There we are. He's the CEO of Trinseo. Beside him is Professor Riza Daniels. He's an economist and dean at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. Good to have you as well. And all the way on the other side of our panel is Herwig Immervoll. He is head of social benefits and the green transition at OECD. So three very different perspectives. I'm really glad to have the three of you. So I would like to just start with reality on the ground. We know that carbon-intensive industries are shrinking. We know that green sectors are growing, so that's a given. I think everybody is aware of this. But workers are not necessarily moving from one to the other. So Frank, I know that you lead a global materials company, and your company is in fact going through this decarbonization process as we speak. So from where you sit, where do you see the real job risks right now? And are there new roles emerging, and what are they?
Okay, so maybe, thanks for the question. Maybe let me start by giving you perspective on Trinseo. So we're a multi-billion-dollar chemical manufacturing company. We operate in 26 countries around the world. So we're one of the biggest recyclers of engineering plastics in Europe. So recycling actually it has to be a trend. Because Europe isn't competitive in basic materials anymore. And so recycling is very labor intensive, from a collection, sorting, and then qualifying those materials with our customers. If I think about some of the other green transition impacts of our business, the other would be automation, where we're seeing a massive electrification of industry. And the last is the transition to EVs. So in short, the big issue that we have is a labor shortage because we have a shrinking replacement of retirees. So frankly, in the Western world, we need immigration. We need to support it. And we need then a public-private partnership for training. So I would say, in short, that's the big issue, is just having the labor pool.
So I think, again, that may surprise some people to hear that there's a labor shortage. And in what particular areas is this labor shortage most acute?
So it would be in shift work in a factory. So young people who are being trained in university, et cetera, this is not that attractive, but this is a very high-paying job now to train people who come out of a vocational training or in a junior college that learn to work in factory floors, learn to operate very sophisticated equipment. You don't need a college degree, and you can earn, I'll give you a sense of the earning power in Europe or North America or China, for that matter, would be someone in their early 20s making $100,000 to $150,000 a year. So attracting young people to this role when their ambitions are education, et cetera, is very difficult.
Very interesting to hear. I would like to turn to you, Professor, because I know that you study labor markets where the transition, this green transition, is starting from a very different baseline. So what determines then whether green transitions are able to create good jobs, the kind of jobs that we would refer to as decent jobs? and avoid this deepening inequality that is also a risk. So, and again, especially when we're looking at emerging economies where the situation is quite different. You have, carbon-intensive economies. You have non-traditional ways of earning money. So how are these regions affected?
Thanks so much. And let me thank the organizers for the invitation to be here. When thinking about how the energy transition maps to a just labor transition, the questions differ depending on where in the world we're talking about. So if we're talking about countries like Saudi Arabia, South Africa, which are huge energy producers, South Africa from coal, Saudi Arabia from oil, then the transition that we face as these net energy producers would be very different from net energy consumers. But partly the biggest risk is with these huge energy producers because we have to transition away from coal, for example, in South Africa. And so what that means is the value chains that we've developed and the competitive abilities of our industries which have beneficiated coal. So, for example, that might be in plastics production, it might be in advanced capabilities within fuels. Similarly, in Saudi, where you've developed that capacity as well, but from oil, not only are we at risk of losing the source of energy, we're at risk of losing the downstream beneficiation and the upstream linkages that have been built over decades. And if you take all of those capabilities, then these economies are profoundly at risk. So what the focus of our attention has been is just how uneven these transitions will be. And then it's really up to governments with industry to plan. If you're moving to greener energy, what are the value chains that are likely to develop there? You might have skill shortages in them now, but if you have a longer time horizon, you can plan for the reskilling process. That will be uneven though, and the workers in coal are certainly not going to be able to easily adapt to solar or wind. So it's an uneven process, it's potentially fraught with difficulty, you need social protection strategies, but most importantly you need these beneficiation strategies in the new greener energy industries and to develop capabilities there rapidly.
So I do want to talk about these social protection strategies in just a moment, but you also mentioned that governments are somehow supposed to manage these transitions to minimize social disruption. And I know, Herwig, your organization does precisely this. So you're working with governments to try and support them in managing these transitions. So from what you've seen, what are the policies that actually work? So what policies are useful in helping to prepare the displaced workers and make them capable of taking on these green jobs? And where are we still seeing governments not doing such a good job and falling short?
Yeah, thank you, Mariana. So it's a big transition. It's a big policy challenge. I think the key word is what you said, Professor, is planning for reskilling, planning for labor market changes. And that's very relevant on the policy side as well. So we do see already shortages in individual countries, but that cuts across internationally as well. And that will continue. The fast change will continue. If I take an example of Saudi Arabia with the 2030 vision, there's a study that shows that looking at the engineers that will be required for green technologies, there's only about 30% of those required currently in the skills pipeline, if you like. So the question is, who's going to fill these roles, right? And I think that points at the importance of also existing workers moving to other parts of the economy, moving to other employers, moving maybe within employers to different jobs. So massive reallocation, and that's important insight for developing policies and strengthening policies in these areas. Can also be illustrated in the energy sector specifically. We've seen in the past years actually global energy employment grow at twice the speed of general employment. We've also seen that employment in the power sector is now, for the first time, the biggest part of employment in energy, so overtaking fossil fuels, for instance. So again, massive reallocation. and policy needs to facilitate that. There are a range of labor market programs that do exactly that, and countries have different perspectives, different experiences, and it's very interesting to learn from them. There's no sort of magic solution you can take as usual. What's key is evaluating programs. So innovation is key in retraining programs in proactive intervention to create already institutions and structures before workers are displaced, rather than scrambling when that happens and then basically making them wait. So you want to have these structures already in place. And these programs need to be accompanied by good evaluation so that your own government can learn and to decide how to adapt policies, which ones to scale up, which ones to perhaps abolish again. But also internationally, we can learn from these results.
Okay, so I guess reskilling, that's also the term that gets thrown around a lot. That's the key to ensuring that people are able to move from these coal-intensive or carbon-intensive jobs to more green jobs. But there is still a concern that the people who will be able to take advantage of these educational programs are already educated, or at least already somehow mobile and somehow skilled. What about the others who maybe don't have a level of education that would be required to be able to be retrained in these roles? How do we make sure that people like that do not get left behind?
Right. So, I mean, that's very interesting that you ask that, because there's not one dividing line between gainers and losers in the green transition. Countries have very different industry setups. They are at different stages of the green transition, and these effects and labor market impacts are evolving. So it's very important to have a proper labor market intelligence, if you like, to document what's going on, where workers are needed, where demand is weakening, sometimes quite fast, and then go from there. So, for instance, we often think about engineers, high qualified workers, and that's in terms of shortages. Sometimes these shortages are very acute, but they're also acute for low skilled workers, and that's where opportunities lie, but also challenges. For instance, we've done a study showing that actually in energy intensive sectors, when people do lose their jobs, their earnings fall quite significantly, more so than for other sectors. And partly that is because energy intensive industries are well established. They are typically unionized. They have good job quality. Whereas if you look at recent startups, they are growing. They are less likely to be unionized. Working conditions are less established. Jobs are changing. So people who move may be reluctant to make that move because of working conditions. So it's not enough to only have job search assistance. You also have to provide other forms of assistance, such as wage insurance, for instance, or think about how newly emerging industries can also benefit from unionization.
I don't know how much employers are happy to hear about these sorts of tools like wage protections or unions or things like that. Frank, how from a corporate perspective, Riza, I know you also wanted to add something to that, but it just immediately made me think, or do you have your own corporate mechanisms for transitioning workers into new types of occupations?
So, yes, we do, but we typically would partner with local universities to give people with educational assistance, to give them different skills. But I would want to follow up on one point that on policy, because this is really can be an accelerator or a barrier to this transition, the green transition of the economy and jobs. And I'll use the example of recycling. Europe has done a great job of creating a central policy around to enable and have a central set of standards around recycling for all types of materials in Europe. Because of that, and because there are no local competing standards, Europe is the center for investment and will create tremendous opportunity and jobs because of this central focus. By counterpoint, the US, every state EPA has its own regulation, and there is no central standard. So from an investment standpoint, we can't, on an industrial scale, we need scale to invest billions of dollars to do some of these operations. So lacking a central overarching regulatory framework, it's an inhibitor to investment and then the job creation. So I just wanted to touch on the point that you were making on regulation too, sorry.
And Riza, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Sure. No, just a counterpoint to both those examples is the informal sector. So I think South Africa, we faced informal mining. It's disproportionately populated by immigrants. And in many countries where there is a fringe involved in energy, it's in the informal sector, and very frequently it's migrant labor. So when you're talking about trying to get that cohort of workers into safe spaces or even into transitionary spaces to green energy, it's just much, much tougher. And all of the issues that the ILO have identified in this conference around the informal sector and the struggle to get to decent work become salient here. So, but I love the point that was just made, which is that, by Europe regulating recycling, which also had lots of informal waste pickers, they have created the foundation for much more dynamic growth in that sector compared to the US. That's precisely the point of intervention that countries like South Africa and Saudi Arabia have to find in this middle ground. Is there a way to use regulation in such a way that you, in fact, create a massive stimulus to investment in these sectors? And I think that's the key.
In an ideal world. So I know a lot of companies don't like the idea of regulations, but we were just speaking before our session that sometimes regulation could actually push innovation if it's done properly. I know our focus is jobs, but I do want to get to one other point, because green transitions are not just affecting jobs themselves, but they're also affecting households. They're affecting families, right? So, the cost of living, the cost of energy, transport, all of these things are increasing for many people around the world. So is there a way that governments and or companies could also do something to reduce these pressures while still continuing to move forwards towards reaching climate goals? I mean, somebody's going to pay the price, and usually it's ordinary families.
If I may, I think that's absolutely key, because you need families, households, voters to be on board with and to remain on board with the green transition. So if you want this sustained policy support, you need to ensure that the policies themselves are also predictable, that there's signals that the governments are in it for the long run, that there's not instability in policies where new measures are withdrawn quickly. And a key part of that is fairness, and to signal fairness as an essential element of green transition policies. Labor markets are a big part of that, but on the ground, families have other concerns. We've just gone through a cost of living crisis in many countries. Energy costs especially have been high. This has not been because of the green transition, but the perception may be there. And the perception may also be taken up by policymakers, and that can be quite disruptive to necessary climate change measures. So one very concrete thing that the government can do is to design compensation measures for households. And luckily, there are some climate policies that actually bring in revenues. If you think of carbon pricing, that can be very controversial. But the good thing about it is it actually raises tax revenues. If in a situation right now where fiscal envelopes are shrinking, that's very valuable. We've done a study where we showed that if you use even just part of that revenue to compensate households in a targeted way, it's quite simple to achieve a majority that's better off than without carbon pricing. That needs to be communicated. I think this is not widely known among policymakers, perhaps, but certainly among societies. If this is communicated well, I think that's good for equity, for fairness, but it's also good for the political momentum behind green transition.
I love the idea of fairness as a key component of the clean energy transition. I wish we talked about fairness more in these types of contexts. We see in the clock that we are running out of time, but I do want to end just maybe just in one sentence. If you could imagine one thing that could make this energy transition easier to manage, what could that be? Anything.
Yeah, I guess from my standpoint, it would be a universal regulatory framework that we could all agree on end goals and, think long term as opposed to transactionally about many of these topics.
A CEO asking for more regulatory controls. That is courageous.
A regulatory framework.
Regulatory framework. Okay, I love that. Okay, thank you. Risa.
So I think for me, the key is just appreciating that the energy transition, as much as we'd like to create a just labor transition, it's most likely going to be unjust. And under those conditions, fairness is achieved by creating minimum floors. So part of this regulatory framework has to be social protection and ways of generating new types of revenues that can perhaps insure against the idiosyncratic shocks that will happen with it.
Mm-hmm.
I focus on the policy side. I think the sweet spot is a combination of long-term commitment, but also innovation. And it's not easy to do that because government policies, they need to be in there for the long run, but at the same time willing to innovate and adjust policies. I think that's key.
Thank you so much to the three of you. That was such a fantastic conversation. Really appreciate it. So Herwig, Risa, and Frank, such a pleasure to hear your thoughts. Many thanks indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've just been talking about the green transition and how we can protect workers through these massive economic changes. And the other major shift, as we all know, that's shaping the future of work is the other major transition, the AI transition, which, of course, we've been talking about quite a bit already at this conference. But in our next conversation, we're going to have a look at what this AI transition looks like in practice in one of the most challenging environments, and that is regulation. Because AI is moving fast, and that means regulators also have to move fast, but they have an added difficulty because they cannot compromise on safety, obviously, and also public trust. And this is an incredibly difficult balance to strike. But our next guest has been navigating precisely this challenge. So I'm very pleased to welcome His Excellency Professor Hisham Al-Jadeh, Chief Executive Officer of the Saudi Food and Drug Authority. Your Excellency, please join us on stage. So, Your Excellency, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us, because you lead one of the kingdom's most critical regulatory institutions, and under your leadership, the SFDA has really become a model for how regulators can have the courage to embrace innovation, but still maintain the highest standards of public protection. So I think many people are very curious to learn from this and to hear some concrete examples of how AI is right now shaping the work that people are doing at the SFDA. Can you give us an idea of what that's like?
Yeah, thank you. I will start that you imagine a life-saving drug that reaches patients in weeks instead of years and with a much lower cost. That's what AI will bring to us. by developing drugs and discovery for them and also simulating for the clinical trial, then we can reach for having as early as possible in terms of having drug to the market. So for us in the Saudi FDA, we took this as a more strategic, that we think that AI will help us in two things. One, in establishing and bringing our efficiency up in our work. And the second one is more important toward the accepting what's other bringing of drugs and medical devices and also for food, using AI for the development of these products. So as a regulator, being more agile and flexible to approve these products. So we established in the Saudi FDA our lab. We call it Saudi FDA AI Lab, called SAIL. We established it last year. We put all the new innovation and whatsoever there, and after having the proof of concept, then we can move it toward the Saudi FDA. In addition to that, we just established our SFDA AI, which is like a digital twin, where we establish a regulator, complete regulator that is done by AI and compare it to our regular work. So we really embrace the AI, and we think it's the future, will help in the economy, will help in the health, and also will bring the efficiency of work way much higher, and will have our employee to have more time to do things more critical thinking, more toward their actual skills and training.
So I think everybody agrees that AI can make things a lot faster and maybe a lot more efficient. But has there been any situation where you had to say a clear line that, no, this is for a human to decide and not only for AI to decide? And how do you make that call?
Yeah, so for, yes, we do have. So basically, AI will not replace human. And we need to have AI only at the moments where it supports the work that we are doing. Once we feel it's doing something that it needs more of human intervention, we will not use AI. So we'll not use AI in multiple things of communication, in the critical thinking, in developing the AI itself. So we'll use human to go and move on, and also the participation with some international investors. We need to bring it. We're not gonna be an AI. However, at the same time, many of the activities that we are doing, we think it can be taken by AI, then will bring us a new opportunity that we will do some of the work that we wanted to do, and we don't have enough resources. So basically for us, we have 2,000 employees. I all the time say, well, I need to have 10,000 employees. 8,000 will bring them from the AI.
So yeah, you mentioned the employees, because obviously when they need to work with AI tools, they also need to have the skills to do that. So are you seeing new types of skills that are becoming essential to your team so that they can effectively work with AI tools? And how exactly is the SFDA preparing the workforce? Because the technology just seems to be changing faster and faster and faster. How do you keep up?
Well, technology will work only when people are ready to use it. So having the right skills for employee is very essential. So first one is to have a basic knowledge about AI. Not the technical or the coding or whatsoever, but it's the basic knowledge about AI and how you can adapt it. Also understanding your data. And your data will bring you the results from AI, so you need to understand your data. Also, you need to be critical for the AI in terms of the risk that it will bring, how you can manage that risk. You need to have skills of also human skills, critical thinking, sound judgment, different skills. And the most important thing that you empower your employee with is building the culture. And the culture for adapting AI, and this will start actually all the time from the leader. Then will cascade to all the employee to adapt it, to acquire the appropriate skills for employing and using the AI.
So upskilling is clearly important in all sectors that are learning to use AI increasingly in their day-to-day work. But again, for a regulator, there's an added layer, which is you have to ensure public trust, you have to ensure responsibility, you have to ensure safety. So I'm also very curious to hear how you handle managing this public trust, because we have to admit there are many people who maybe don't quite understand how these AI tools are being used. How do you communicate to the public about the use of AI for your regulatory authority?
I agree with you. I think it's public trust is very important, especially for a regulator, because any mistake or error that's from a human, they will be critical about it. But if it will be happening from AI, then it will be more about that. So the way that we are doing it is we don't rely on AI doing everything from A to Z. So we need to have specific measures and also ways to mitigate risks in certain points and reviewed by employee before it goes out. The second is that we need to, what we are doing with public is to show them how effective using AI in our way for ensuring the safety of the products. For example, for food, we cannot analyze and do samples for all products that are coming. And if we will do it, then it will take time, it will be more affecting the price whatsoever. So the idea is that we import from more than 150 countries for our foods. So the idea is to use AI to predict which countries or which source or which containers that has a shipment that it has need to be analyzed and check for the quality of it. And I think that's the key point, and that's how we can bring it to the public to trust AI.
Mm-hmm. I find this really interesting about the AI can tell which containers have the foods that need to be sort of tested. But are there safeguards in place, though, to prevent some sort of unintended consequences? I mean, we talk about how AI hallucinates. There's always this concern. Do you have any safeguards in place like that when it comes to these sorts of inspection processes?
Yes. So this is the point, is that we don't give it immediately from the day one to the AI to do it the whole thing. We already have a risk-based way of selecting the sample. So now we are automating or using AI in certain areas, in certain ways of implementing that. And I think with time and with developing the AI and improving it over years and years, then we will reach to a point that we can rely on AI 100%. But this is not the time.
I think there's a lot of organizations that would love to learn from your experience in using AI in these sort of sensitive, compliance-driven areas. So if you could give some advice, what would you tell other regulatory bodies who want to start an AI journey? What should they look out for?
Well, I think it will start from leadership. You need to have a culture. That's the most important thing. Because if you don't have a culture of adapting the AI, then you will go in circles and you will spend years and it will be costly and you will not achieve anything. So you need to have the courage and to have the culture and also the leaders. They need to implement the AI and also check for the risk. You can't go immediately and implement everything, but you need to have a check and balance and different points where you check for the accuracy of the data. You need to clean your data, you need to improve it, but also the models that you are building with the AI, you need to have measures that to check the validity of it before implementing.
And is there any area where you think if you had to slow AI down a little bit or accelerate it, are there areas where you see, yeah, we need to do more with AI in this area and maybe not so much in another area? What would that be?
Well, we will do more of AI in terms of approving drugs. Now we need to do clinical trials. So clinical trials will take 3 years, 5 years. and also it will cost hundreds of millions of riyals, and also it will delay the availability of medication to patients. So I think using AI there will help a lot, and we need to accelerate on that. We need also to accelerate using AI, for example, for inspection on the manufacturer. So having Internet of Things, sensors, cameras, different things, then you can monitor that, and that we can do it with the food inspection for the safety, but also we can do it with halal for ensuring the halal around the world. For slowing the implementation of AI, I don't think that we need to slow in any component, but we need to check for that, maybe for the approving of products that coming in the border and whatsoever. But I'm strongly believe in AI, and I think this is the future. It's similar that what we talked about before about the email or the smartphone. Now the AI, after a few years, it will be a fact. The more that you implement it now, it will be a competitive advantage for you as an organization or compared to other organizations.
I love hearing how AI can help check products for whether they're halal around the world. I think that's fantastic. And speaking of around the world, because Saudi Arabia is such a leader in AI adoption when it comes to the health and regulatory sectors, are you collaborating internationally to share best practice? Can you teach other countries from what you're doing?
Yes, we are part of many organizations around the world in terms of the related to the FAO, the WHO, and others. And we share experience with the AI, and also we learn from other organizations. And I think it's really the future. And I think in the halal component, it's a huge improvement where you can do the blockchain, you can ensure the safety, the halal, and also this can be done for the public. You need to just to scan it, and you get all the information about the product from the slaughtering until reach you in the market.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for sharing all of your insights with us. We really learned a lot from you today. Many thanks indeed for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mariana, thank you very much. So we've come to that moment where we get to let you go and stretch your legs and enjoy something to eat. Before you go, I know that a number of you would have been interested in this lecture on good jobs, what they look like, and how they can benefit businesses. That has been moved to the Policy Forge stage, which is just outside here, a little bit later this afternoon. So if you were intending to attend that at the Ritz, it has now moved to the Policy Forge stage. That is the lecture with Professor Chris Warhorst. And I'm going to ask you to, once you've enjoyed lunch and having something to drink, that you rejoin us at 3 o'clock for the second half of today's program. In the meantime, bon appetit. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope that you are feeling suitably watered, suitably fed, and energized for the second half or part of our program this afternoon. You'll know, because most of you have to deal with strategy and policy in your day-to-day working lives, that resilience is important when it comes to strategy, but also thinking very deliberately about what you do, how you do it, and when you do it. And the same principle applies to economies. In order for economies to be resilient, there has to be deliberate, specific action to ensure that they remain so. To explore that conversation a little bit more, please welcome back on stage Resham Kotecha. She's the Global Head of Policy at the Open Data Institute.
How do I turn this on?
It's on.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, here.
Yep.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am so excited to introduce this brilliant panel to you all because we are talking about something really important, building resilient economies through diversification. So I'd like to introduce Nahar Al-Jahani, VP Talent Acquisition at Riyadh Air, Jamal Al-Kashi, the CEO and Vice Chairman at Deutsche Bank, Yazid Al-Rashad, the Head of Planning and Partnership at PIF, and Mary Thornton, an HR advisor at Sear National Automotive Company. So we'll start by getting straight into it. And Yazid, I'd be grateful if we can start with you. Are diversified labor markets inherently more resilient to shocks, or can specialization in high-tech industries also provide long-term stability and adaptability?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think within our national development mandate, diversification is not about a new sector. It's about building human capability and the national human capability that will allow economy to adapt over the time. So diversification and specialization are often framed as a trade-off, to be honest. So what we have experienced here in PIF, that we need to build the capability underneath this structure. So what we observed here in Saudi and other global economies, that the problem sometimes is not about the sector. The problem sometimes comes with the skilling mismatch. So an example for that, 60% of higher education are enrolled into a discipline that is not relevant or not needed in the market. And 18% of that is in the STEM field. And this is definitely reduces resilience. And what PIF, we structure our partnership into three things. So one is the technology and know-how transfer. Two, the local capability and gaining an experience from international bodies. And finally, the sustainability of an employment after the maturity of the economy and the project mature.
Thank you so much, Yazid. And Jamal, I'd love to come to you to pick up on that point he made about local skills. So obviously Deutsche Bank, big global company. What are you doing about building up a local tech sector or a local finance sector workforce that can support the work you're doing? And how can we tie that in with the Saudization?
Thank you, and glad to be here. We believe wholeheartedly in our solemn obligation as a firm to develop the local talents, the local markets, and the local communities that were kind enough to give us a license to operate and exist. Saudi Arabia is no exception to that. As a matter of fact, we took that commitment and that obligation very, very seriously from the very beginning when the bank was established. And when we were about 20 people in 2006, we had 2 Saudis or 10% of the platform. Today, we have about 60 people, and about 40 of them are Saudis. Is that enough? Is a quota number the measure and the metric upon which or with which ought to be judged? No. It has to be qualitative and quantitative. I think it's incumbent upon every global company that has the capability to do so, to develop, train, promote, and take Saudis into their global networks, because that's how we can truly contribute to the development of the talent pool in the country.
Thank you so much. And Mary, I know you've led great work at SEER on that. So Saudi had a wealth of talent, engineers and such, but SEER obviously had to support the development of an automotive development sector and workforce. So how did you do that? What did you learn from your efforts, and how is that supported with a diversification both for SEER and for the country?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a pleasure to be here representing SEER, Saudi's first automotive EV brand. We are excited to ignite the industry, and as you say, we're igniting the industry and we're building it from scratch. So to build that from scratch, we really are depending on 5 pillars. Right now, we're building a world-class team, and we have brought in knowledge from global expats to support us to build that knowledge. We currently have around 1,900 employees. Almost 40% of them are local Saudi talent. 60% are global expats representing over 50 countries. So that melting pot, that diversity of talent is really adding a lot of value in terms of building that local capability quite quick. We have tremendous government partnerships. We partner extensively with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Industry, as well as the Ministry of Transport. Academic collaborations, we're working with a number of universities and to help build out their engineering curriculum to support automotive. We have a number of global partnerships. So partnering with our 5 suppliers that are coming to the kingdom to support us. They're supporting us by offering our local talent positions in outside of the kingdom to help build their capability quick, as well as partnerships with Porsche, where we currently have 4 tool makers studying. And I want to also mention the importance of having a value-driven culture. So we were talking a little bit with Riyadh Air, making sure that we have a great employer value proposition for our employees. So we are very focused on our cultural values of innovation, customers, putting our customers first, integrity, collaboration, and one team. So through those pillars, it's helping us develop the talent that we need to from scratch.
Thanks. It's really fascinating to hear those 5 pillars, because I think very often from the outside you don't see quite how much work goes into shaping a culture and into creating that talented workforce. So Nahar, tell us about how things are going at Riyadh Air, both in terms of culture, but also I'd love to hear your thoughts on how important it is to have that government policy and investment into leading diversification, or do you think that's something that happens organically through market forces?
No, I think it's it's a deliberate approach by policymakers. But in short, I would say Vision 2030 is in itself a catalyst for economic diversification. We've seen that with a number of entities that have been created over the past few years. If I focus just alone on aviation, particularly in Riyadh Air, the kingdom's planning on spending around 100 billion over the next 10 years, of which 50% will be for infrastructure-related activities. One aircraft requires an entire ecosystem of support, and that requires extremely talented people in both AI, advanced technology, engineering, hospitality, and the list goes on and on. But back to your point about is it organic or not, and to use Eid's comment a second ago, I think it's quite evident that the evidence is quite clear that 18% of all graduates in the kingdom have specialized in STEM, of which 38% of that 18% is actually female. In Riyadh Air today, we are currently around teetering just under 40% in terms of Saudization, but we have launched a number of schemes, including scholarships. There's another scholarship that we're launching very, very soon in February for those who are interested in becoming pilots for the future. but I believe it's an engineered approach, also supported by policymakers in the kingdom.
Wow, what an exciting time to be young and looking to think about your career. So I'm looking forward to hearing that announcement in February. But Yazid, I saw you nodding along there. So explain to us a little bit more about PIF's role as a sovereign wealth fund in terms of strengthening the economy and supporting those diversification efforts and the upskilling of your local workforce.
Sure. PIF is the economic engine of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030. And PIF is a long-term active investor with a unique mandate among other sovereign wealth funds. So once we enter any new sector, what we look at first is competitive advantage with its infrastructure, capability, and skills as well. So once you look at sectors that PIF enters, such as advanced manufacturing, real estate and construction, transport and logistics, hospitality, healthcare, we enter these sectors not into only high potential opportunity within this sector, but because there is a common jobs happening into these sectors, such as technical operation, project delivery, safety, facility management, and so on. So as a proof point, few months back in August, PIF has announced a new program in the human capability, which called ASM. So this program is a PIF strategic program, PIF flagship program about human capability, where we need to create a pipeline of technically professional Saudi workforce that will enter the market through PIF portfolio company, through PIF investment, through the ecosystem that PIF is creating, and nationwide as well. So we have started the first cohort few weeks back in the construction field. We have started into 4 programs, 1 in facility management, 2 in health and safety, and 1 in site engineer. The good thing that we have 11 employers joined us in the first cohort. And the beauty of that, out of the 11 employers, we have only 3 PIF portfolio companies joined that. And this is the right message that we want to send to the market. This is not a PIF program. This is a nation program. And definitely we are partnering with international and local programs. And final point that today we are customizing and developing new programs into different sectors. We are designing a program in manufacturing. We are designing a program in tourism and other sectors.
Thank you so much. That's a fascinating program. We'll have to keep an eye on there. I'm sure you'll be very successful. Jamal, I'd love to pick up on that because Yazid referenced market, signaling to the market. And of course, you sit as CEO of the region for a global bank. You talked about the cultures melting between the German culture, the Saudi culture. What lessons are there that you're able to share with a global firm and vice versa that help, in your opinion, strengthen the reputation of both the workforce and the economy here?
There's always a misconception that there is a huge gulf between the Saudi culture and some of the cultures that one would expect to see in more developed European or North American jurisdictions. That's actually not the case. Truth is, our people, when I say our people, I'm referencing Saudis, Saudi nationals that we had the privilege of attracting into Deutsche Bank. They came in, they've assimilated quite nicely, they climbed the ladder. I'm one of them. And today, I'm the CEO for the Middle East and Africa, and there are with me friends, colleagues who are Saudi, who are destined to climb that ladder and go into global roles. Saudis are very, very industrious and resourceful if given the opportunity to actually excel and show what they've got. And this old legacy misconception that Saudis are loath to applying themselves or working hard or acquiring skills and knowledge, that's not the case. Absolutely the exact opposite of what we found out in Deutsche Bank. And again, the evidence, speaking of evidence, the evidence is there. Come and see our people, some of the best talent we have globally in Deutsche Bank are actually Saudi.
I think anyone who's been following the kingdom would know that that was a totally inaccurate representation of your people, your ambition, and your achievements. So thank you for setting that out. And Nahar, from an employer perspective, we've talked about economic diversification. How important do you feel diversification within the firm is, both in terms of your talent pool and where you're fishing from, but also in terms of contract types, job roles, skill sets?
Yeah, good question. I think at the center of it, Riyadh Air is an organization that enables, a digital organization that enables travel. And that means every area of the organization has to move away from conventional practices and actually embed AI in every single part of the organization. So that in itself is also a bit of a challenge, but we've reaped some of the results, good results as a result of our programs that we've launched. So we're aware fundamentally that things are now changing in the market. AI is here to stay. And that means we need to bridge that gap internally, making sure that everyone's going to be able to operate in a digitally native airline. But in terms of some of the activities that we've recently adopted, I mean, we've just graduated the first 28 Saudi females from the engineering, which is the first of its kind in the kingdom. And we're continuing on with all our programs that we have. I think we have roughly around five programs per annum. And the intention of all of that is, of course, is to address that gap, the skills gap, but also to address the importance of making sure that the Saudis are skilled and have adequate resources to be able to do their role. Just one more point, if I could. We're also leveraging all our partnerships, all our global partnerships, for the opportunity of doing exchange programs to understand how others across the other parts of the world also operate and do knowledge share with them with the intention of course, enriching the environment in Riyadh Air.
Thank you, Nahar. And Mary, I'd love to pick up on that point about the technology and how that's changing the workforce, but also what's possible, what we can achieve. How are things changing at SEER when it comes to rapidly evolving technology in the workforce?
Well, keeping up to speed with the technology, especially, I think you'll all be delighted when you see the innovation when we reveal our design this spring in our car. It'll totally blow you away. So it's very, very important. We have a number of patents, a number of innovations in this car that you've not seen before. And in order to make that happen, the engineers that we have, the training that we need to provide them, it's insatiable, the needs that they have to keep them at the cutting edge. So the importance of the partnerships that we have with the institutions, the academic institutions, and specifically two programs that I can talk about is our WAD program. We sent 50 engineers to the US for a training program that the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Industry supported. And they spent 6 months at an EV program that was designed for them by Kettering University. And then they spent the other 6 months working for our suppliers located in the US. So it was an unbelievable program. 20% of the engineers were female. We are super proud of that program. And we are now partnering with the Ministry of Industry on other co-op programs like that so we can continually build the capability of our engineering talent.
Well, I was going to ask you how important government support has been in terms of helping you to build up that workforce, but you've just given us a really brilliant example. So tell me, how are you attracting young people and students into this kind of newly created sector?
Well, I would tell you that the connection with SEER and its support of the 2030 vision is a huge talent attractor for us. We have our attrition right now, I'm proud to say, is below benchmark levels. And when we probe on that, it is the pride of our young Saudi talent to be attached to the 2030 vision, to be attached to to be the first automotive talent in the kingdom. There's very much a draw to that. The ability to learn, in not only in the learning that we provide them external, but when you're working with people from 51 countries, from every car company in the world, that type of learning it's unprecedented and can't be found anywhere else in the world.
Thank you. And Yazid, I love what you talked about in terms of, similar to Mary, the programs you've got to to upskill, to share experiences. How have you viewed the kind of rapid evolution of technology in the way that PIF operates, both in terms of diversifying your investments, but also your strategy for the coming years?
Yeah, good question. I think in the upcoming years, PIF is going to create millions of jobs, to be honest, direct and indirect jobs. And most of these jobs is not corporate jobs. It's more in the technical and vocational activity. That's why ASM today exists, to fill the gap between the labor market and what is needed from our portfolio company. And this is something we really care about, and that's why ASM today is not focusing into one sector. So we are flexible and we are lean, and we skill our program in the methodology of build to suit program. So we build the program exactly as per the need of the market. And as I say, this is the only first cohort, and we will keep doing that time by time.
Thank you very much. And Jamal, how are you viewing the rapid evolution of technology when it comes to diversifying what you're doing in this region, but also more broadly as a global firm? You've got a significant footprint.
Yeah. I think, like most of us here, in every discipline we can think of, technology and AI are changing the paradigm in profound ways. And we are attempting, as hard as we can, to cope with that and put it to good use. There are massive global initiatives underway at the moment within the bank and within the industry itself. Obviously, we're a bank that operates in, like you said, in many jurisdictions, from a home market in Europe, and with a massive presence in the US. We're actually heavily invested in Silicon Valley ourselves as a firm, and that investment took place years and years ago, way before AI became what it is today in terms of profile, recognizing the importance of being ahead of the curve, so to speak. Are we achieving success in every attempt that we've made? No, but at least we're striving, as I think most of us are, in terms of coming to grips with what this entails for our business, how we can improve our productivity, our ability to serve our clients and partners in a better way. And the journey has just begun, in my view.
And Nahar, Jamal spoke there about being ahead of the curve, and I suppose you set out for us already. We are there thinking about being digital first, that innovative element. I assume that's one way of approaching resilience, not just diversification. But how do you view the ability to upskill workers who may not have that initial digital first approach, and how do you embed that into culture?
Look, I think Riyadh Air has a very compelling message. Just to give you, so for context, we've had over the past 3 years just under 2 million applicants. So that gives you an indication of how interested they are to join Riyadh Air, because it's symbolic in terms of what it wants to achieve. So I think a similar comment that I recently heard, our attrition is very, very low because people want to be part of that journey. They want to create history, and they want to effectively immerse themselves into an environment that they haven't ever been offered the opportunity in the past. That includes, of course, post-COVID, where lots of job losses have occurred, particularly in the transportation sector, particularly in the aviation sector, of people have been given the opportunity to actually work within a digital sphere, no pun intended with our loyalty program there, but the intention is to allow people the opportunity to come along and to really embrace our EVP, which is effectively founded on 3 principles, which is forward-thinking, standards-driven, and of course the H stands for half hour. So I think we have a compelling message, and I think at the moment, if we continue on the same trajectory, our organization will be one of the success stories, not only in the kingdom, but also globally, to be heard.
Well, I think 2 million applicants would agree that your principles are really striking a chord. So congratulations on that. Mary, in many economies, capital moves faster than labour, and in many economies, labour struggles to keep up. So in your view, how can we ensure workers are not left behind by either investment changes or technological changes that mean that attracted investment might actually cause them challenges?
I think, again, we've talked about it, is continuing to upskill, offer exciting careers that are beyond the point that you made about the career paths. We're really looking at career paths that may start in engineering, take someone to manufacturing. I have a number of HR people going to communicate. So I think continuing to broaden and upskill the talent is the only way to make sure that we are staying ahead in that regard.
Thank you. And Jamal, how should policymakers balance sectoral diversification? So I know you're not a policy man specifically, but given your breadth of view across the region, how can policymakers balance competitiveness and comparative advantage whilst also trying to support the development of newer sectors?
Yeah, I don't know if the two objectives are mutually exclusive. I think you can pursue diversification while improving your competitive positioning in industries. Competitive advantage can be innate, inborn, because you have natural resources, because of your geographic position, and so on and so forth. But it can also be attained by a deliberate, strategic pursuit of it over generation, and we've seen that in some jurisdictions. China is a good example of that. Diversification also can be concentric within the industry itself. So if you're a hydrocarbon producer, you should be looking at petrochemicals, as we have done in Saudi Arabia. You should be looking at sustainable fuels derived from your what you're endowed with by way of natural resources. It can be vertical or horizontal diversification, and it can be completely external. You're going into different industries and different sectors. I don't think that there is actually an inherent conflict or major trade-off between the two. You can pursue that, and I think Vision 2030, which my colleagues on the panel spoke of, frankly espouses that concept in a very good way.
Well, thank you so much for that very helpful answer, and thank you to my brilliant panel, Mary, Yazid, Jamal, and Aha. Fascinating insights from you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Resham and your panel, thank you very, very much. That was a really interesting conversation. Thank you for sharing your insights. This event is really about jobs, right? It's about jobs, it's about work, it's about how we do them, when we do them, where we do them, with whom we do them, and how they are changing. So, a job is a job is a job, right? Well, not quite. For some more insights into measuring skills and tasks, please give a very warm welcome to CEO and economist at the Institute for Structural Research, Dr. Piotr Lewandowski.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for the final session, I think. So we all talk about jobs in this conference, and in many key critical policy questions in the last few years, we have been talking about occupations. So these are the questions like how many occupations, how many jobs are technically automatable? How many jobs are exposed to AI? Will AI replace these jobs, or will AI increase productivity in these jobs? During COVID, we had a lot of debate on how many jobs can be performed remotely, what are the characteristics of these jobs. Also, we talk about green jobs and what they are, who performs them, what kind of occupations are actually exposed to the green and energy transition. And it's slightly the same with demographic change and the care jobs. And very often when we answer that question, I already used the word occupations. Very often we use occupation as a unit, how we defined answers to these challenges. First, we need to define measurements. So we focus on occupation, and often we assume that a certain occupation can be affected by AI, but while the other occupation will not be affected by AI, or that a certain occupation can be performed remotely, while the other does not. And the measurement of that is often based on information from high-income countries, very often the US. The US has something which is called ONET. It's a very rich data set of occupational characteristics. There are many smart economists in the US who create these indicators. These jobs are exposed to AI, these jobs are exposed to automation, these occupations can be performed remotely, and then we jump on these indicators, we apply them to other countries around the world, and then we calculate what are the share of exposed workers, how many people in Saudi Arabia, Poland, or South Africa can work remotely. But when we do that, we make a bunch of common assumptions. First of all, we then assume, often implicitly, that occupation identifies a job in a very precise and a uniform way, that all workers in a given occupation perform exactly the same job. No matter if a manager is a manager of a multinational corporation, or if a manager is a small informal company, we say, this is the exposure to AI, this is the ability to work remotely. No matter if the occupation of a manager is in US, or in Poland, or in Saudi Arabia, or in South Africa, we say, well, we're going to apply the same thing. But this occupation is heroic. Occupations are not the same. Occupations are actually different. When you use that measurement from high-income countries, from the US or maybe from Great Britain, then these measurements are kind of okay for countries which are OECD countries, high-income countries. But 80% of the world's people don't live in the OECD countries. They live in low and middle income and emerging economies. And the jobs in emerging economies are different. As you can see on this slide, these are two car mechanics. They have the same occupational title, but what they do is actually very different. The one on the left, which is from North America, will work on the engine a little bit, but will also have spend more time planning the work of others, planning the work of the workshop, while the car mechanic on the right will essentially spend all day cleaning parts. So the task complexity, the way they can use digital technologies, the way they can benefit from AI are very, very different. The worker on the left can probably benefit from AI because the AI can help him to plan the work of the workshop, maybe to manage inventory and so on, while the worker on the right, not that much, because he's basically cleaning parts. So the right unit, how we should think about technological progress in jobs, is not occupations, it's job tasks. It's how specific activities are related to technology and how specific activities combine to create an occupation. And also skills. Of course, we need skills in various occupations, but it's essentially to perform tasks. And if we have a skill that allows us to perform tasks that is required across various occupations, then our mobility is higher. It's easier for us to change jobs. And if we have a skill that allows us to perform a task that is very unique to an occupation, then we're stuck. We need to learn to move. So at the end of the day, it all matters because we all want our countries to grow. We all want our workers to earn better wages. We want to earn more ourselves. And if we prefer more complex, less routine-intensive tasks, these are associated with higher earnings. And that's true across countries. Countries with more complex job tasks pay better wages than countries with less complex job tasks. It's correct across occupations within countries. Managers who perform more complex tasks earn more than car mechanics. But it's also right and correct within occupations. Managers who perform more complex tasks earn more than managers who do simpler tasks, and the same with car mechanics. And our understanding of the global labor market is very different whether we use that assumption of occupations are uniform or whether we use that approach where we try to capture country-specific tasks and capture differences. On this slide on the left, what you can see is the exposure of managers to AI, to the key emerging technology that you get if you assume that occupations are identical around the world. It's basically flat. it tells you that managers are highly exposed to AI in Kenya, in South Africa, in Bangladesh, in Saudi Arabia, in Poland, in the US. On the right slide, it's from our ongoing research. When we account for these differences in what people actually do at work, using survey data collected in more than 50 countries across the development spectrum, and then we find there is a huge difference, that managers in low-income countries are much less exposed to AI than managers in middle-income countries and than managers in high-income countries, because they perform very different tasks at work. And what is driving these differences that I just showed you? Overall, using the econometric methods in our paper, we find that a lot of these differences can be attributed to differences in the technology stocks in countries. So less developed countries have lower capacities in technology. They use ICT technologies less intensely. The managers will do more work on paper, less on computers. So they perform less tasks where AI can be useful. Part of that difference is also because of human capital. In higher income countries, people generally are better educated, have higher cognitive skills. That also explain part of the difference. The occupations, which are the second from the top, they explain only little. The biggest difference across the globe is not in differences in occupational structures, it's in differences how people work in specific occupations. But to measure that, we need to update how we actually define our labor market statistics and how we collect data. The data that I used on the two previous slides are great, have been collected by the OECD, by the World Bank, by my co-authors in Chinese Academy of Social Science. But these are just like one-off, very resource-intensive data collection efforts. They're not really repeatable in any easy way. So in the project that I have been co-leading at the Asian Development Bank, we try to do it differently. We try to think about, we devised something which we call Job and Skill Survey, which is a survey instrument that collects this data on job tasks. It also collects the information about how adoption of technology actually changes how people work. So we are able to disentangle to what extent new technologies automate tasks away, to what extent they just basically make people do what they used to do but quicker or faster or better, and to what extent they actually create new tasks for them. We also collected information on whether people work remotely, whether people work from home, from anywhere, whether people work on platforms, and then to make it much more efficient and avoid creating new, very resource-intensive data collection effort, we have actually teamed up with statistical offices in some countries. Countries like Bhutan, Georgia, and Philippines, we went to the statistical offices and we said, look, you do a lot of data collection yourself. You do labor force surveys, you do household surveys, but we have the survey instrument here. If you plug it into what you're doing, we're going to save a lot of money on creating all the infrastructure for data collection. You're going to learn a lot of new things. You're going to improve how you measure your labor market and provide the policymakers with new information that they have been missing. And these countries were very eager to do that cooperation. So within 2 years, we've been able to rope it up. So it's important to understand that we can modernize the data collection efforts that we have, that it's important to focus on tasks and focus on skill use rather than just discuss occupations. But it's also important to find ways which are cost efficient and to adapt our existing infrastructure to the new reality, which requires thinking about job tasks and skill use at work much more than thinking about sectors and occupations per se. Because the old paradigm was that we were wondering who people are. Are they employees or are they unemployed? But the new paradigm is about understanding what people actually do, not only who they are. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Lewandowski. Always an interesting question when one is thinking about exactly how deep the dynamics of work and job actually go. We're all here. We've traveled from somewhere, some of us on a temporary basis, some of us on a more permanent basis. The question of migration. When people move, it's not just their bodies that move, it is their culture, it is their food, it is their way of life. All of those things go along with them. This, of course, undoubtedly makes often for a richer contribution to the labor receiving environment into which they go. However, as positive as this may be, there are no doubt a lot of questions that remain, not just in the labor receiving environment, but of course in the context of the labor sending environment as well. So, what we're talking about next is global mobility as an economic force. That is our consideration. And to have that conversation, joining me on stage, please give them a very warm welcome, Lilian Ling Wang, who is the Executive Vice President at DHL Group, and Elizabeth Warren, who is Head of Labor Mobility at the International Organization for Migration. Ladies, good to have you joining me on stage. Welcome. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Good to have you. Good to have you. Make yourselves at home. This is kind of home. It feels like home. No, not quite. All right, to both of you. And I'd like you both to address this question, if you will. The most significant shifts that you are seeing in global migration patterns, which are largely and more increasingly impacting or reshaping economic dynamics, what would those be for you, Lilian?
So if I look at the DHL perspective, we employ around about 600,000 folks in 220 countries and territories all over the world. And if we look today and pull a statistic of how many employees actually do not have the nationality of the country they're employed in, it's around about 15%. So we're talking about really 90,000 folks that are migrants from one or the other country and are working in another destination country. So for us as DHL, it's a tremendous impact and a very important topic at the center of what we do.
And no doubt in those environments where people are going, you're also seeing, because of the engagements that you're having to do, people coming from elsewhere, there are direct economic impacts that you're seeing within your organization, first off, probably because there are some considerations that you have to make which you may not have made if it was a purely local or domestic staff complement.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, you know, when you bring somebody from another country to work at your workplace, there are multiple things that we need to consider. You know, how do we integrate? How do we ensure that leaders are actually equipped and understand how to include, you know, these migrant workforces, but also at the same time, how do we ensure that that person who has additional needs can be supported, for example, in order to be in touch with his home country if that person would like to go back, for example. So there's many different considerations that we need to consider, and also insecurities that we need to deal with, which usually is not the case if you have a local employee that's working with you.
Elizabeth, what shifts are you seeing that are having such a significant impact?
So from an international organization perspective, and we are the UN Migration Agency, we'll come at it from the other perspective, which is obviously policymakers in destination countries think primarily in terms of destination country needs. But one of the significant changes that we're seeing is that origin countries are also changing their perspectives about labor mobility and the opportunities this offers. So this is happening not only in traditional countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia, but it's increasingly happening in countries in the Latin American context, the Western Balkans, Central Asia, other parts of Asia. Now, what are the implications of this? Well, as destination countries really think about the race on talent, origin countries are doing the same. So policymakers really need to ask themselves the question, what does this mean in terms of where we're sourcing workers from? What does this mean in terms of investment in those countries? And what does it mean in terms of the future integration of those migrants in our labor market?
you call them origin countries. When you are seeing these conversations coming out of origin countries, and when we look at what is happening geopolitically at the moment, we're seeing many countries who are saying, oh, because of all of this uncertainty, whether it be supply chain, whether it means immigration, whether it means economics, how can we reinforce and shore up what we're doing domestically, right? So this is happening in an environment that for years was accustomed to being very globalized. What are the pulls and pushes that you're seeing as sending countries or countries of origin are trying to grapple with answering that question?
So I'll give an immediate answer based on a couple of conversations I've had with my colleagues, and IOM operates in 164 countries in more than 500 locations around the world. So without mentioning those countries, two colleagues that I spoke to over the course of the last week said to me, well, I'm talking with my government counterparts in this country, and they're telling me, where do we start? We know that our domestic labor market cannot necessarily integrate the workers locally, either because of mismatches, high unemployment, other structural issues. But we don't know where to start in terms of destination countries. We don't know what profiles we have in our own labor market. We don't know what the needs are in the destination countries. And even if we knew that, we don't know how to have those conversations with our counterparts in the destination countries. So again, it goes back to the question of planning. Where do these countries start? What do they do as they navigate some of these challenges? And what kind of partnerships that are not those around traditional corridors might emerge in the coming years?
I mentioned immigration, and in many ways, Elizabeth's response is speaking to the question of how do we deal with the immigration issue as well. So Lillian, when we are looking at the interplay between logistics networks, supply chains, and migrant labor, what happens when what we're seeing happening now, right? Immigration rules becoming more restrictive. That can but only have an impact on migration.
Yeah, and I think the biggest challenge there is not only that they're becoming more restrictive, but they're becoming more restrictive in different ways in every country. Yeah. So when we operate as DHL, we try to find policies that are going to be valid across the board for any unit of ours in any country. So we look at our world, which is, basically the entirety of DHL across all those 220 countries and territories. When, of course, legislators and policymakers look at it, they look at their world, and their world is country by country. And the contradiction of all these different players and how each of them are adding policies and legislation that sometimes complement each other, but unfortunately sometimes actually contradict each other, make our job as corporates quite challenging in trying to fulfill all the different requirements, yet at the same time having the flexibility that we need in order to be able to further grow, with the local economy.
Elizabeth, I want to ask you an extension of her response, right? So we have variation in terms of policy at a geopolitical level, so country by country, etc. Yep. But within countries too, there is a difference depending on region, right? So whether you are urbanized versus whether you are more rural, that is also a consideration. Talk to us a little bit about the impact of how we deal with those variances.
So I guess what you're asking, Lillian, is how do countries, well, I will answer it in this way. How do countries deal with the urban pool for migrants versus often what is a question of where do migrants need to go to contribute best to the economic mismatch? And what we see is that this is a question that many countries are grappling with. Let's be honest, part of the conversation that is happening, particularly around more restrictive conversation points, is around services. So for many countries, we're well aware, urban centers are where migrants come. Now that's because of networks, contacts, where the employment is. But let's face it, maybe a doctor will go to a rural area where that doctor is needed. But what happens in 6 months when access to services, health, connections are not there? That worker, that doctor, will likely leave and go to another urban center. So this is a complicated question, but I think it goes to the heart of integrated policies, and it also comes to the question of, in some countries, in many countries, there is a tension between different line ministries and their priorities. And from a migration perspective, it's an integrative policy approach. You cannot deal with migration outside of housing, education, health. They all have to be looked at as part of a continuum. And to answer the flip side of this, even where you put into place incentives for migrants to go to rural areas, financial incentive, let's say, without those support structures around those migrants, the incentives themselves may not work.
It's interesting, the conversations that we had yesterday, and perhaps throughout a large part of today, without using the word ecosystem, there's this underlying view that whenever we're talking about labor, workers, work, jobs, we need to increasingly think about the holistic impact of that job. Not just the person in the job, but them, their immediate environment, i.e. their family, then the broader environment, the community, and then the even broader environment, the national economy or the regional economy. I'm not going to ask you whether or not people are thinking about that, because I think in many ways it's self-evident that that is something people are grappling with. But when you are having conversations with people who are dealing daily with these struggles of workers, how do they see the solution in trying to create these ecosystems for them, which can support them either moving or staying, migrating, coming back, that kind of mobility?
That's not an easy question to answer, in the sense that it has various layers, and I'll simplify it. From an international organization, from migration perspective, we work with the approach that it's a whole of government, whole of society, whole of ecosystem approach. And I think those are the underlying principles, that if you look at migration governance from the perspective of whole of government, all government line ministries need to work together, you need to work with your local authorities, you need to work with various different entities within your country. So you need to be working with federations of employers, the actual employers, the recruiting agencies, the social partners, the migrants themselves. But you also need to be working at the local level, and then you need to be working in that wider migration ecosystem, origin country, transit system. Then you get to part of the solution. And of course, I'm in no way implying that's simple, but ecosystems are within even broader ecosystems that we need to be mindful of. And I think the risk comes when you boil down migration governance to a single ecosystem of itself. And that's where a lot of the dialogue that we're having about migration, particularly in parts of the West, is increasingly focusing on the negative part of migration. And if we open that out to all of the points we've been discussing over the last 2 days around the need for skills, the economic benefits that migration bring for host origin communities and the migrants themselves, that shifts the ecosystem discussion quite considerably.
Lillian, you're in the business of moving goods, people would say. You're not in the business of making sure that people's lives are more comfortable, easy. Your job is to move goods, and the people who help you move goods are people. However, this means that when you're trying to find solutions for both your goods and your people, you have to be innovative in how you approach that. How does this question of mobility, or how has it encouraged you to innovate, to be more supportive, incorporative even of entrepreneurship as well, and thinking out of the box to try to close that gap?
So what we've noticed in DHL is, we seem to be catching up with market developments everywhere. It's almost like when you finally got the hack of AI, the next big thing is coming. And it's quite challenging as a company, to always be catching up with the next big market trend. And one of the things that we truly believe is that the diversity in the workspace, and part of that diversity comes through migration, with people from different backgrounds, different stories behind them. And that really helps us enrich the way we look at things. And we've learned that our teams that are diverse, that do bring migrant populations, people from many different countries, tend to be more successful in the outputs they bring. And therefore, we do believe that actually the migration that we have into our company actually helps us be more innovative and more entrepreneurial in the way that we make decisions and actually take the company forward. Just as a simple example, Germany, a typical country that in the past was less open to migration. If you look at how we employ folks nowadays, I pulled this statistic before I came here in preparation for this discussion that we were going to have.
Thanks for doing your homework.
We actually employ folks from 179 different countries today in Germany. If we look at, logistics, we transport things left, right, 2 people from 2. And we have peak seasons, right? If you have a big holiday where people will gift each other top things, then that's for us good business because we'll be the ones transporting it left and right. And for those peak seasons, we're typically looking just in Germany alone at around about 10,000 people in addition to our standard workforce in Germany that we need to hire on the spot for around about 3 or 4 months in a peak period. It is impossible for a company the size of ours to hire 10,000 people overnight for 4 months. We actually are dependent in those moments to bring exactly this diverse workforce. And therefore, these are ideas that also our migrants bring with them and help us develop because it does keep up, let's say, up to speed with whatever the market really demands from us.
That sounds really, really tricky. And I think maybe if we have a little bit of time, we'd want to explore exactly how you're trying to solve for that particular X equation. The other thing that's interesting about migration and mobility is the question of remittances. Whether we like it or not, in the sending countries, if you will, or the initial country that people come from, there are many economies that officially or unofficially depend on those remittances, right? So we're not going to say we depend on them, but we kind of need those remittances to continue coming for a whole host of reasons. What is the role increasingly of remittances in the context of trying to not formalize, but incorporate how that particular aspect of the economy works in people's lives? Is there an active process where there's a recognition that these remittances officially are coming in, they make a significant contribution to GDP? How do we then ensure that in our economy we cater better for them?
Now, on that one, I think we have to remember that remittances are private transfers. They are monies transferred by migrants back to their families and communities. And so while the conversation has been around how do we make a macroeconomic impact of remittances, the question I would ask is how are we conceiving these private transfers in terms of changing the lives of the community, the individuals and the communities to whom they're going to. Now, Tumi, you raised a really good point, and it was one of the considerations that I was thinking of, which is the dependency angle. Often the conversation gets stuck around productive versus non-productive use of remittances. And I think the core question from a policy consideration is not that. It's how do we make sure that there isn't a dependency on the remittances? And what does that mean concretely? Now, from an International Organization of Migration perspective, there are various policy levers, but I'll go to what's most practical. And part of what's most practical is how can we ensure that migrants have the financial literacy to be able to make the choice of how they use the remittances? Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, how do they decide what to save, what to spend, and what to invest in? And once those decisions are available to a migrant, you're actually going to see that the impact is far bigger than the large economic macro perspective of billions of dollars going back to an origin country. And again, it goes back to a point that we keep making, which is remittances don't exist in a vacuum. Coordination is required between destination and origin countries to make sure that remittance costs go down, to make sure that they are used through formal channels rather than informal channels, and to make sure that those migrants can receive them in a way that they can then spend them towards the objectives that advance themselves and the communities they live in.
I'd like this question to go to both of you, and Lillian, perhaps if I can begin with you, and then you can follow suit, Elizabeth, if you may. When we look forward and we consider how we are seeing mobility impacting the world at the moment, remittances not excluded, what do you see in terms of mobility's evolvement when it comes to demographic shifts, climate pressure, and technological change? Because those all are going to impact what people do, when they do, and if you talk about remittances, how they choose to spend the money which they receive. But perhaps, Lillian, if I could have you deal with that first.
Yeah. I think we've had migration and mobility for decades. That's nothing new. But what we're seeing, as a change in the world is that, and Liz, you and I were chatting about this right before we came on stage, which is, the typical patterns of the past are changing. So in the past, there were typical countries that exported migrant workers and typical countries that received migrant populations. And what we're seeing is that with all the developments in technologies, but also economies developing further, those poor economies that today are more advanced, they become net exporters of migrants to net importers of migrants, is the challenge of how we're seeing all these developments, and we as corporates are trying to almost catch up with them. I can give you one example. Malaysia was typically in the past a country where we exported workers. We had a lot of Malaysians working in our Singaporean operations. Today, in Malaysia, we actually import folks from Bangladesh and Nepal because we can't hold up the operations in that country without importing workforce. And so the question is, how this technology and all these innovations change, it almost adds to the existing pressure of these already changing migratory developments that we see.
Yeah, so in a way, it makes it more complex, and not easier. Elizabeth, the same question to you.
Indeed, I can only just echo as Lynn was saying. We're living in incredibly complex times when it comes to migration governance. We know the conversation about demographics and how that's going to impact. Perhaps less known and less considered in this space is the climate dynamics. Now, many of us think, okay, climate-related migration is going to result in thousands of people leaving to search for jobs very far from their homes. The reality is quite different. What climate change is likely to do is increase and exacerbate disasters, floods, rising sea levels in localized areas. So it will change where people move from, to, but it's more likely to have impacts within borders than necessarily cross borders. That's overall.
Yeah.
You asked about technology. Now, obviously, there is a lot of change in this space, and what I think is fascinating, also from a policy perspective, is which ones of these levers do we need to take into consideration first? Heard a very interesting discussion a few weeks back about the agricultural sector in the US and how, over time, fruit pickers are no longer going to be needed in certain sectors because you have mechanization. What do you do about that? Well, you don't need workers necessarily, but you still need the fruit. So part of it will be addressed locally within the domestic market. Countries are also looking to third country sourcing and setting up agricultural production in a third country with workers from those countries. So all this to say is, these different shifts will impact different countries in different ways. And I don't think there's one solution to this, but it's very important to go back to, you need to look at this phenomenon holistically and look at it in terms of impact on origin. And I will use the term deliberately host countries, because often migrants do not go from one country to the destination country, particularly in the context of irregular flows. Migrants may have traveled through many destination countries before they reach their final destination. and destination.
And I think to your point, just to underscore that, along the way, it's not a direct route. It's not like you fly from Johannesburg, you're here within 24 hours. That process of migration may be months long or years long, and what happens along that journey similarly has an impact on the sending countries and also the receiving or the in-between countries. But I say that at the very end of our conversation because we're out of time. I would have loved to say we could continue this conversation. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for your insights. If you could show your appreciation. Thank you, Lillian. Elizabeth, thank you very much. If I can ask you to make your way off stage this way, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Goodness me, the past 2 days have offered us a lot of insights, like we've just had in that panel. A lot of insights, a lot of food for thought, a lot of considerations. And I'm certainly hoping that at the end of these 2 days, not only have you had opportunity to share your personal views, your personal experiences, how you have seen the world of work and how you see it evolve, but that it's given you sufficient food for thought to when you go back to your daily life of work, that you're thinking differently about the space that you're occupying in terms of whether it's mobility, in terms of whether it is health, in terms of whether you are sufficiently structured and sufficiently adequately skilled to ensure that your organization is future-proof, even though we're not quite sure what the future is going to be looking like. So I think there's been much for us to discuss over the past couple of days. We thank you for having traveled from whichever corner of the world you have come to join us here in Riyadh. Indeed, wherever you are at home, in your office, whichever part of the world you're in, to you too, thank you for taking the time to be with us, to contribute, to listen, to share, and most importantly, to learn so we can go and continue to make meaningful impact. I hope you've been inspired by the change that you've been seeing taking place here in Saudi Arabia. It's rapid, it's ambitious, it's significant, and I think in so many ways, it's incredible the change that they're making in a really, really short space of time. I could spend the next minute thanking you and giving you many reasons for why I think this was an incredible gathering of people from all over the world, but I think there's a gentleman who is perhaps infinitely better placed to do so than I am. So please, to give a vote of thanks, if you will, and to see us out at the end of this gathering of 2 days, please welcome to the stage His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Abuthnain, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labour here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and partners, good evening. It has been an honor to join you for those 2 remarkable days of dialogue, learning, and collaboration. This 3rd edition of the Global Labour Market Conference is a testament to the commitment we have in the Kingdom, demonstrated by the full support and patronage provided by the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, Crown Prince and the Prime Minister. GLMC brought together over 18,000 participants from more than 100 countries, representing governments, the private sector, international organizations, and academia. We have explored challenges, shared experiences, and shaped ideas that will guide the future of work. With more than 200 distinguished speakers and over 50 sessions, the past 2 days have been filled with valuable discussions on some of the most critical issues facing labor markets today. We talked about investing in more responsive training more effective employment services, and new approaches that link educations with real jobs opportunities to help workers navigate transitions. These experiences differ from country to country, but reflect a shared priority: building institutions that are agile, inclusive, and responsive. We also discussed insights from several important research contributions, including the World Bank's What Works for Work and the GLMC 365 Youth Perspectives in Technology and Future of Work publications, developed in collaboration with the World Bank. These perspectives remind us that inclusion is not simply a policy objective. It's a requirement for the sustained resilience of labor market worldwide. An important moment for our shared community took place last night with the graduation of the inaugural cohort of the Global Labor Market Academy, a milestone collaboration between the GLMC and the World Bank. The Academy has become a practical engine for capability building. It equips policymakers, youth leaders, and specialists with the tools needed to design and implement reforms. Distinguished guests, during the ministerial roundtable, labor ministers from over 40 countries shared strategies in youth employment and workforce transitions, demonstrating that through collaboration, change can happen and lessons can be learned. This year, ministers identified 6 concrete actions to further translate policy commitment into real-world impact. This focus in action is also reflected in several milestones highlighted at the conference. First, we presented a joint report by the Ministry for Human Resources and Social Development and the World Bank titled "A Decade of Progress," which looks at the impact of labor market reforms under Vision 2030 and highlights practical lessons in inclusion, skills, and job creation. Second, we marked 10 years of the Misanid platform, which has played a central role in regulating the domestic labor market in the Kingdom, strengthening protection, improving service delivery, and advancing digital transformation. Third, 90 agreements and MOUs were signed between government entities and national and international private sector establishments, alongside the launch of dedicated national platform, benefiting more than 6 million beneficiaries across the Kingdom's labor market. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude our program, I want to emphasize that GLMC is a year-round platform for collaboration. The conversation we had here form only one part of the continuous cycle of learning. GLMC 365, the Global Labor Market Academy, and our partnership with the World Bank, the ILO, and other institutions will continue to sustain this work long after the conference ends. Most importantly, they will bring us back together again next year. In closing, I want to thank each of you for your dedication to this vital work. The GLMC has reminded us that while the challenges are great, the potential for progress is even greater. I would like to thank His Excellency, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development, Engineer Ahmed Al-Rajhi, for his guidance and support. Also, I'd like to thank His Excellency, Engineer Ismail Ghamdi, for his support. Also, I would like to thank Takamul and the organizing team for their tireless efforts. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Al-Yamani. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Al-Zahrani. Thank you, Mr. Talal Al-Bailan. Thank you, Ms. Christiana Tisiru, for your leadership and commitment. Thank you, and I wish you all safe travels and continued success. And now I invite you all to watch the wrap-up video for the conference. Thank you all.
In the journey of life, every voice discovers its rhythm, aligns with a greater harmony, and finds its frequency.
Welcome to the 2026 Ministerial Roundtable held as part of the Global Labour Market Conference.
This roundtable is intended to foster a constructive exchange among ministers and senior leaders centered on practical experiences in today's labor market issues.
The first signal is about skills. We've started to see that employers are relying more and more on skills than degrees.
The GLMC has grown from a high-level forum into a global movement for understanding the future of work.
To make sure that human nature has more time available to balance work-life.
Jobs are about dignity and social stability and opportunity.
And infrastructure is the most inclusive sector in terms of job creation.
We have a mandate to train our young Saudis, to skill them and enroll them into this very important, high-growing industry.
Today, from Riyadh, the capital of transformation, we are delighted to be sharing the graduation of the Academy's first cohort of students representing 34 countries.
اليوم التدريب المهني هو أساسي. Hem genç nüfusuyla hem de istihdam yapısıyla gerçekten güçlü bir yere sahip.
Labor force and labor cost is a key component of competitiveness.
How do you transform every aspect of your shared service operating model?
There have been working on labor issues for some time in Saudi Arabia, and it was a great pleasure to see how much changes have taken place.
Trade shifts, AI, geopolitical fragmentation, all that compels company to be agile, but also people to be agile.
I think soft skills are important, but I think in the age of AI, hard skills are going to be even more important.
Saudi has the potential to become a global center of aerospace innovation and technology.
Collaboration is essential to bringing together our countries in complementary ways to address the shared labor market challenges.
Discussing is how tricky it is to measure it and realize the dimension of the problem.
This new reality, prosperity, does not belong to those with the most resources, but to those who can build the right human capabilities at the right time and at scale.
The big issue that we have is a labor shortage because we have a shrinking replacement of retirees.
One very concrete thing that governments can do is to design compensation measures for households.
The Kingdom Bride is hosting the GLMC is not about showcasing our own progress. It is about contributing to the global conversation on labor market transformation.
It really, really was an incredible, energetic couple of days. Events like this are conceptualized, are thought of, but then something has to happen. There's a moment where we have to reach out to others in order to make sure that it actually comes into reality and isn't just an idea that is left in someone's head. And for that, we have to take a moment to show appreciation to the sponsors without whom this gathering would not happen, we would not all be here, and perhaps this opportunity to change how the world of work looks and feels may not have happened. So I would like to call back on stage His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Human Resources and Social Development for Labour here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Dr. Abdullah Abuthnain, if you can join us back on stage, Your Excellency. Because we think it's really, really important that you are part of this moment to show appreciation for all of the partners and sponsors who have been involved. We will then begin with the exclusive automotive partner. Please give a warm round of applause for Nagi Motors. The strategic partner, a round of applause for Genesis. Platinum partners, A&B. A very hearty round of applause for Premium Residency. Please show appreciation for Chemtech. A round of applause for Al Khair Capital. Please show your appreciation for Hunger Station. And a round of applause now for Riyadh Food Industries and McDonald's. And now to acknowledge the diamond partners for this event, please put your hands together for Hamadi. And appreciation now for Najm. A round of applause now for Al-Marai. And now our final diamond partner, Ruh. If I can ask you for a final round of applause for all of our partners for the contribution and all the hard work they've put into making this event a success. Please acknowledge them once again. And Excellencies, I acknowledge you too, to both of you. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. We acknowledge and appreciate you. And thus, we've come to the end of this extraordinary 2 days. It certainly has been eye-opening in so many ways, and it always is my pleasure to visit Saudi Arabia, and in particular, Riyadh. So thank you for welcoming me. I hope to have the opportunity to visit once again in future. Until then, shukran. My name is Tumi Makhado.